Letter the 47th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 47th. Opera. Santa Anna and his suite. His appearance. Belisario. Solitary Viva. Brilliant house. Military dictatorship. San Juan de Dios. Hospital de Jesus. Cunha. Old woman and baby. Different apartments. Acordada. Junta. Female prisoners. Chief crime. Travalx forces. Children. Male prisoners. 4 cats. Soldiers gambling. Chapel. Confessional. Insane hospital. Frenchman. Different kinds of insanity. Kitchen. Dinner. Insane monk. Black chamber. Soldiers. College. Santa Anna's leg. Projects. All Saints. Señora P.A. Leave takings. 4th November. A great fonction was given in the opera in honor of His Excellency. The theatre was most brilliantly illuminated with wax lights. 2 principal boxes were thrown into one for the president and his suite, and lined with crimson and gold, with draperies of the same. The staircase leading to the second tier, where this box was lighted by and lined all the way up with rows of footmen in crimson and gold livery. A crowd of gentlemen stood waiting in the lobby for the arrival of the hero of the fête. He came at last, in regal state, carriages and outriders at full gallop, himself, staff, and suite in splendid uniform. As he entered, Señor Roca presented him with a libretto of the opera, bound in red and gold. We met the great man in face, and he stopped and gave us a cordial recognition. 2 years have made little change in him in appearance. He retains the same interesting, resigned, and rather melancholy expression, the same quiet voice and grave but agreeable manner, and surrounded by pompous officers he alone looked quiet, gentlemanly, and high-bred. The theatre was crowded to suffocation, boxes, pit, and galleries. There was no applause as he entered. One solitary voice in the pit said, "Viva Santa Anna!" but it seemed checked by a slight movement of disapprobation, scarcely amounting to a murmur. The opera was Belisarius, considered apropos to the occasion, and was really beautifully montée. The dresses new and superb, the decorations handsome. They brought in real horses, and Belisarius entered in a triumphal chariot, drawn by white steeds, but for this the stage is infinitely too small. And the horses plunged and pranced so desperately that Belisarius wisely jumped out and finished his aria on foot. The 2 prima donnas acted together, the wife and daughter of the hero, both about the same age, and dressed very well. But the Castellan's voice is not suited to the opera, and the music, beautiful as it is, was the least effective part of the affair. The generals in their scarlet and gold uniforms sat like peacocks surrounding Santa Anna, who looked modest and retiring, and as if quite unaccustomed to the public gaze. The boxes were very brilliant, all the diamonds taken out for the occasion. His Excellency is by no means indifferent to beauty, tout au contraire, yet, I dare say, his thoughts were this night of things more warlike and less fair. Let all this end as it may, let them give everything whatever name is most popular, the government is now a military dictatorship. Señor calls this revolution the apotheosis of egotism transformed into virtue, and it must be confessed that in most of the actors it has been a mere calculation of personal interests. 10th. We went, some days ago, with our friends from San Xavier to visit the hospital of San Juan de Dios at San Cosme. We found that, being at present under repair, it has but 2 occupants, old women who keep each other melancholy company. The building is very spacious and handsome, erected, of course, during Spanish dominion, and extremely clean, an observation worthy of note when it occurs in Mexican public buildings. There is a large hall divided by square pillars, with a light and cheerful aspect, where the patients sleep, and a separate apartment for women. The rooms are all so clean, airy, and cheerful that one forgets it is an hospital. In this respect, the style of building here is superior to all others, with large airy courtyards and fountains, long galleries and immense apartments, with every window open. There is no part of Europe where, all the year round, invalids can enjoy such advantage, but also there are few parts of Europe where the climate would permit them to do so. The following day we visited another hospital, that known as the Hospital de Jesús, hallowed ground, for here the mortal remains of Cortes were deposited, and though rescued from desecration by a distinguished individual during a popular tumult, so that they no longer repose in the sanctuary of the chapel, there still exists, enshrined here, that over which time and revolutions have no power, his memory. The establishment as an hospital is much finer, and the building infinitely handsomer than the other. The director, a physician, led us first into his own apartments, as the patients were dining, and afterwards showed us through the whole establishment. The first large hall into which we were shown is almost entirely occupied by soldiers who had been wounded during the pronunciamiento. One had lost an arm, another a leg, and they looked sad and haggard enough, though they seemed perfectly well attended to, and I dare say did anything but bless the revolutions that brought them to that state, and with which they had nothing to do, for your Mexican soldier will lie down on his mat at night, a loyal man, and will waken in the morning and find himself a pronunciado. Each one had a separate room, or at least a compartment divided by curtains from the next, and in each was a bed, a chair, and a small table. This on one side of the long hall. The other was occupied by excellent hot and cold baths. We then visited the women's apartment, which is on a similar plan. Amongst the patients is an unfortunate child of 8 years old, who, in the pronunciamiento, had been accidentally struck by a bullet, which entered her left temple and came out below the right eye, leaving her alive. The ball was extracted, and a portion of the brain came out at the wound. She is left blind, or nearly so, having but a faint glimmering of light. They say she will probably live, which seems impossible. She looks like a galvanized corpse, yet must have been a good-looking child. Notwithstanding the nature of her wound, her reason has not gone, and as she sat upright in her little bed with her head bandaged, and her fixed and sightless eyes, she answered meekly and readily to all the questions we put to her. Poor little thing! She was shocking to look at, one of the many innocent beings whose lives are to be rendered sad and joyless by this revolution. The doctor seemed very kind to her. A curious accident happened to Señor in this last pronunciamiento. He had already lost his leg in the first one, and was limping along the street when he was struck by a ball. He was able to reach his house, and called to his wife to tell her what had occurred. Her first impulse was to call for a doctor, when he said to her very coolly, "Not this time. A carpenter will do better." He had been shot in his wooden leg. At the end of the women's apartment in this hospital there is a small chapel where mass is said to the invalids. It is only remarkable as having over the altar an image of the Purísima, brought from Spain by Cortes. We went all through the building, even to the enclosure on the azotea, where dead bodies are dissected, and on which azotea was a quantity of wool taken from the mattresses of those who die in the hospital, and which is left in the sun during a certain period before it is permitted to be used again. The whole establishment struck us as being healthy, cleanly, and well conducted. We then visited the fine old church, which has but one broad aisle with a handsome altar, and near it is a small monument under which the bones of the conqueror were placed. The sacristy of the church is remarkable for its ceiling, composed of the most intricately and beautifully carved mahogany, a work of immense labour and taste, after the Gothic style. The divisions of the compartments are painted blue and ornamented with gilding. In the centre of the apartment is an immense circular table, formed of one piece of mahogany, for which large sums have been refused. We went in the evening to visit the Cuna, which is not a fine building, but a large, healthy, airy house. At the door, where there are a porter and his wife, the babies are now given in. Formerly they were put in at the reja, at the window of the porter's lodge, but this had to be given up in consequence of the tricks played by boys or idle persons who put in dogs, cats, or dead animals. As we were going upstairs, we heard an old woman singing a cheerful ditty in an awfully cracked voice, and as we got a full view of her before she could see us, we saw a clean old body sitting, sewing and singing, while a baby rolling on the floor in a state of perfect ecstasy was keeping up a sort of crowing duet with her. She seemed delighted to see these ladies, who belonged to the Junta, and led us into a large hall, where a score of nurses and babies were performing a symphony of singing, hushing, crying, lullabying, and other nursery music. All along the room were little green painted beds, and both nurses and babies looked clean and healthy. The Blanks knew every baby and nurse and directress by name. Some of the babies were remarkably pretty, and when we had admired them sufficiently, we were taken into the next hall, occupied by little girls of 2, 3, and 4 years old. They were all seated on little mats at the foot of their small green beds, a regiment of the finest and healthiest children possible. A directress in the room sewing. At our entrance they all jumped up simultaneously and surrounded us with the noisiest expressions of delight. One told me in a confidential whisper that Manuelita had thumped her own head and had a pain in it, but I could not see that Manuelita seemed to be suffering any acute agonies, for she made more noise than any of them. One little girl sidled up to me and said in a most insinuating voice, "Me llevas tú?" Will you take me away with you? For even at this early age they begin to have a glimmering idea that those whom the ladies choose from amongst them are peculiarly favoured. We stayed some time with them, and admired their healthy, happy, and well-fed appearance, and then proceeded to the apartment of the boys, all little things of the same age, sitting ranged in a row like senators in Congress, and, strange to say, much quieter and graver than the female babies. But this must have been from shyness, for before we came away, we saw them romping in great style. The directresses seem good respectable women, and kind to the children, who, as I mentioned before, are almost all taken away and brought up by rich people, before they have time to know that there is anything peculiar or unfortunate in their situation. After this adoption they are completely on a level with the other children of the family. An equal portion is left them, and although their condition is never made a secret of, they frequently marry as well as their adopted brothers and sisters. Those who are opposed to this institution are so on the plea that it encourages and facilitates vice. That the number of children in the hospital is a proof that much vice and much poverty do exist, there is no doubt, that by enabling the vicious to conceal their guilt or by relieving the poor from their burden, it encourages either vice or idleness, is scarcely probable. But even were it so, the certain benefits are so immense, when laid in the balance with the possible evils, that they cannot be put in competition. The mother who leaves her child at the Cuna, would she not abandon it to a worse fate if this institution did not exist? If she does so to conceal her disgrace, is it not seen that a woman will stop at no cruelty to obtain this end, as exposure of her infant, even murder, and that, strong as maternal love is, the dread of the world's scorn has conquered it? If poverty be the cause, surely the misery must be great indeed, which induces the poorest beggar or the most destitute of the Indian women, whose love for their children amounts to a passion, to part with her child, and though it is suspected that the mother who has left her infant at the Cuna has occasionally got herself hired as a nurse, that she may have the pleasure of bringing it up, it seems to me that no great evil can arise even from that. These orphans are thus rescued from the contamination of vice, from poverty, perhaps from the depths of depravity, perhaps their very lives are saved and great sin prevented. Hundreds of innocent children are thus placed under the care of the first and best ladies in the country, and brought up to be worthy members of society. Another day we devoted to visiting a different and more painful scene, the Acordada, or public jail, a great solid building, spacious and well ventilated. For this also there is a junta, or society of ladies of the first families, who devote themselves to teaching the female malefactors. It is painful and almost startling to see the first ladies in Mexico familiarly conversing with and embracing women who have been guilty of the most atrocious crimes, especially of murdering their husbands, which is the chief crime of the female prisoners. There are no bad faces amongst them, and probably not one who has committed a premeditated crime. A moment of jealousy during intoxication, violent passions without any curb, suddenly aroused and as suddenly extinguished, have led to these frightful results. We were first shown into a large and tolerably clean apartment, where were the female prisoners who are kept apart as being of a more decent family than the rest. Some were lying on the floor, others working, some were well dressed, others dirty and slovenly. Few looked sad. Most appeared careless and happy, and none seemed ashamed. Amongst them were some of the handsomest faces I have seen in Mexico. One good-looking common woman, with a most joyous and benevolent countenance and lame, came up to salute the ladies. I inquired what she had done. Murdered her husband, and buried him under the brick floor. Shade of Lavater. It is some comfort to hear that their husbands were generally such brutes they deserved little better. Amongst others confined here is the wife, or rather the widow, of a governor of Mexico, who made away with her husband. We did not see her, and they say she generally keeps out of the way when strangers come. One very pretty and coquettish little woman, with a most intellectual face, and very superior looking, being, in fact, a relation of Count 's, is in jail on suspicion of having poisoned her lover. A beautiful young creature, extremely like Mrs. of Boston, was among the prisoners. I did not hear what her crime was. We were attended by a woman who has the title of Presidenta, and who, after some years of good conduct, has now the charge of her fellow prisoners, but she also murdered her husband. We went upstairs, accompanied by various of these distinguished criminals, to the room looking down upon the chapel, in which room the ladies give them instruction in reading, and in the Christian doctrine. With the time which they devote to these charitable offices, together with their numerous devotional exercises, and the care which their houses and families require, it cannot be said that the life of a Mexican Señora is an idle one, nor in such cases can it be considered a useless one. We then descended to the lower regions, where, in a great damp vaulted gallery, hundreds of unfortunate women of the lowest class were occupied in Trevald's forces, not indeed of a very hard description. These were employed in baking tortillas for the prisoners. Dirty, ragged, and miserable looking creatures there were in these dismal vaults, which looked like purgatory, and smelt like heaven knows what. But as I have frequently had occasion to observe in Mexico, the sense of smell is a doubtful blessing. Another large hall near this, which the prisoners were employed in cleaning and sweeping, has at least fresh air, opening on one side into a court, where poor little children, the saddest sight there, were running about, the children of the prisoners. Leaving the side of the building devoted to the women, we passed on to another gallery, looking down upon an immense paved court with a fountain, where were several hundreds of male prisoners, unfortunately collected together without any reference to the nature of their crime. The midnight murderer with the purloiner of a pocket handkerchief, the branded felon with the man guilty of some political offence, the debtor with the false coiner, so that many a young and thoughtless individual, whom a trifling fault, the result of ignorance or of unformed principles, has brought hither, must leave this place wholly contaminated and hardened by bad example and vicious conversation. Here there were indeed some ferocious, hardened-looking ruffians, but there were many mild, good-humoured faces, and I could see neither sadness nor trace of shame on any countenance. Indeed, they all seemed much amused by seeing so many ladies. Some were stretched full length on the ground, doing nothing; others were making rolls for hats, of different coloured beads, such as they wear here, or little baskets for sale, whilst others were walking about alone, or conversing in groups. This is the first prison I ever visited, therefore I can compare it with no other. But the system must be wrong which makes no distinctions between different degrees of crime. These men are the same four cats whom we daily see in chains watering the Alameda or Paseo, or mending the streets. Several hundreds of prisoners escaped from the Acordada in the time of the pronunciamiento, probably the worst amongst them, yet half the city appears to be here now. We were shown the row of cells for criminals whom it is necessary to keep in solitary confinement, on account of disorderly behaviour, also the apartments of the directors. In passing downstairs we came upon a group of dirty-looking soldiers busily engaged in playing at cards. The alcalde, who was showing us through the jail, dispersed them all in a great rage, which I suspected was partly assumed for our edification. We then went into the chapel, which we had seen from above, and which is handsome and well kept. In the sacristy is a horrid and appropriate image of the bad thief. We were also shown a small room off the chapel, with a confessional, where the criminal condemned to die spends the 3 days preceding his execution with a padre chosen for that purpose. What horrid confessions, what lamentations and despair that small dark chamber must have witnessed! There is nothing in it but an altar, a crucifix, and a bench. I think the custom is a very humane one. We felt glad to leave this place of crimes, and to return to the fresh air. The following day we went to visit San Hipólito, the insane hospital for men, accompanied by the director, a fine old gentleman who has been a great deal abroad, and who looks like a French marquis of the ancient regime. I was astonished, on entering, at the sweet and solitary beauty of the large stone courts, with orange trees and pomegranates, now in full blossom, and the large fountains of beautifully clear water. There must be something soothing in such a scene to the senses of the most unfortunate of God's creatures. They were sauntering about, quiet and for the most part sad, some stretched out under the trees, and others gazing on the fountain, all apparently very much under the control of the administrador, who was formerly a monk, this San Hipólito being a dissolved convent of that order. The system of giving occupation to the insane is not yet introduced here. On entering, we saw rather a distinguished-looking, tall, and well-dressed gentleman, whom we concluded to be a stranger, who had come to see the establishment like ourselves. We were therefore somewhat startled when he advanced towards us with long strides, and in an authoritative voice shouted out, "Do you know who I am? I am the deliverer of Guatemala." The administrador told us he had just been taken up, was a Frenchman, and in a state of furious excitement. He continued making a tremendous noise, and the other madmen seemed quite ashamed of him. One unhappy-looking creature, with a pale melancholy face, and his arms stretched out above his head, was embracing a pillar, and when asked what he was doing, replied that he was making sugar. We were led into the dining hall, a long airy apartment, provided with benches and tables, and from thence into a most splendid kitchen, high, vaulted, and receiving air from above, a kitchen that might have graced the castle of some feudal baron, and looked as if it would most surely last as long as men shall eat and cooks endure. Monks of San Hipólito! How many a smoking dinner, what viands, steaming and savoury, must have issued from this noblest of kitchens to your refectory next door! The food for the present inmates, which 2 women were preparing, consisted of meat and vegetables, soup and sweet things, excellent meat, and well-dressed frijoles. A poor little boy, imbecile, deaf and dumb, was seated there cross-legged in a sort of wooden box, a pretty child, with a fine colour, but who has been in this state from his infancy. The women seemed very kind to him, and he had a placid, contented expression of face, but took no notice of us when we spoke to him. Strange and unsolvable problem, what ideas passed through the brain of that child! When we returned to the dining hall, The inmates of the asylum, to the number of 90 or 100, were all sitting at dinner, ranged quietly on the benches, eating with wooden spoons out of wooden bowls. The poor hero of Guatemala was seated at the lower end of the table, tolerably tranquil. He started up on seeing us and was beginning some furious explanations, but was prevented by his neighbor, who turned round with an air of great superiority, saying, "He's mad," at which the other smiled with an air of great contempt, and looking at us, said, "He calls me mad." The man of the pillar was eyeing his soup with his arms, as before, extended above his head. The director desired him to eat his soup, upon which he slowly and reluctantly brought down one arm and ate a few spoonfuls. "How much sugar have you made today?" asked the director. 50,000 kingdoms, said the man. They showed us two men, of very good family, and one old gentleman, who did not come to dinner with the rest, but stood aloof in the courtyard with an air of great superiority. He had a cross upon his breast, and belongs to an old family. As we approached, he took off his hat and spoke to us very politely, and then turning to the director, "Y por fin," said he, "cuándo saldré?" "When shall I leave this place?" "Very soon," said the director. "You may get your trunks ready." He bowed and appeared satisfied, but continued standing in the same place, his arms folded, and with the same wistful gaze as before. The director told us that the two great causes of madness here are love and drinking, mental and physical intoxication, that the insanity caused by the former is almost invariably incurable, whereas the victim of the latter generally recover as is natural. The poor old gentleman with the cross owes the overthrow of his mind to the desertion of his mistress. We saw the chapel where a padre says mass to these poor creatures, the innocents, as they are called here. They do not enter the chapel for fear of their creating any disturbance, but kneel outside in front of the iron grating, and the administrador says it is astonishing how quiet and serious they appear during divine service. As we passed through the court, there was a man busily employed in hanging up various articles of little children's clothes, as if to dry them, little frocks and trousers, all the time speaking rapidly to himself and stopping every 2 minutes to take an immense draught of water from the fountain. His dinner was brought out to him, for he could not be prevailed on to sit down with the others, and he ate it in the same hurried way, dipping his bread in the fountain and talking all the time. The poor madman of the sugar kingdoms returned from dinner, and resumed his usual place at the pillar, standing with his arms above his head, and with the same melancholy and suffering expression of face. The director then showed us the room where the clothes were kept, the straw hats and coarse dresses, and the terrible strait waistcoats made of brown linen that look like coats with prodigiously long sleeves, and the botica, where the medicines are kept, and the secretary's room, where they preserve the mournful records of entry and death, though often of exit. All around the court are strong stone cells where the furious are confined. He took us into an empty one, where a Franciscan friar had been lodged. He had contrived to pull down part of the wall and to make a large hole into his neighbor's cell adjoining. Fancy one madman seeing the head of another appear through a hole in his cell. The whole cell was covered with crosses of every description, drawn with a piece of coal. They had been obliged to remove him into another in the gallery above, where he had already begun a new work of destruction. I was afterwards told by the Padre P N, the confessor of condemned criminals, and who is of the same order as this insane monk, that this poor man had been a merchant, and had collected together about $40,000, with which he was travelling to Mexico, when he was attacked by robbers, who not only deprived him of all he possessed, but gave him some severe wounds on the head. When somewhat recovered, he renounced the world and took his vows in the convent of San Francisco. Shortly after, he became subject to attacks of insanity, and at last became so furious that the superior was obliged to request an order for his admission to San Hipólito. The director then led us to the gallery above, where are more cells, and the terrible cuarto negro, the black chamber. A dark round cell, about 12 feet in circumference, with merely a slit in the wall for the admission of air. The floor is thickly covered with straw, and the walls are entirely covered with soft stuffed cushions. Here the most furious madman is confined on his arrival, and whether he throws himself on the floor or dashes his head against the wall, he can do himself no injury. In a few days the silence and the darkness soothe his fury. He grows calmer, and will eat the food that is thrust through the aperture in the wall. From this he is removed to a common cell, with more light and air, but until he has become tranquil, he is not admitted into the court amongst the others. From this horrible, though I suppose necessary den of suffering, we went to the apartments of the administrador, which have a fine view of the city and the volcanoes, and saw a Virgin, beautifully carved in wood, and dressed in white satin robes, embroidered with small diamonds. On the ground was a little dog, dying, having just fallen off from the azotea, an accident which happens to dogs here not unfrequently. We then went up to the azotea which looks into the garden of San Fernando and of our last house, and also into the barracks of the soldiers, who, as observed, are more dangerous madmen than those who are confined. Some rolled up in their dirty yellow cloaks, and others standing in their shirt sleeves, and many without either. They were as dirty looking a set of military heroes as one would wish to see. When we came downstairs again, and had gone through the court, and were passing the last cell, each of which is only lighted by an aperture in the thick stone wall, a pair of great black eyes glaring through upon a level with mine, startled me infinitely. The eyes, however, glared upon vacancy. The face was thin and sallow, the beard long and matted, and the cheeks sunken. What long years of suffering appeared to have passed over that furrowed brow! I wish I had not seen it. We afterwards went to the College of Biscaïnos, that K. might see it, my third and last visit. What a palace! What courts and fountains! We went over the whole building as before, from the azotea downwards, and from the porter's lodge upwards. Many of the scholars who went out during the Revolution have not yet returned. K. was in admiration at the galleries, which look like long vaulted streets, and at the chapel, which is certainly remarkably rich. Having stopped in the carriage on the way home at a shoemaker's, we saw Santa Anna's leg lying on the counter, and observed it with due respect as the prop of a hero. With this leg, which is fitted with a very handsome boot, he reviews his troops next Sunday, putting his best foot foremost, for generally he merely wears an unadorned wooden leg. The shoemaker, a Spaniard whom I can recommend to all customers as the most impertinent individual I ever encountered, was arguing in a blustering manner with a gentleman who had brought a message from the general desiring some alteration in the boot, and wound up by muttering as the messenger left the shop, "He shall either wear it as it is or review the troops next Sunday without his leg." Footnote 1. Boston, November, 1842. Apropos des bottes, I copy the following paragraph from an Havana newspaper. Mexico, 28th September. Yesterday was buried with pomp and solemnity in the cemetery of St. Paul the foot which His Excellency President Santa Anna lost in the action of the 5th December, 1838. It was deposited in a monument erected for that purpose, Don Ignacio Sierra Iroso having pronounced a funeral discourse appropriate to the subject. End of footnote. We have ordered mangas to wear in our intended journey, which is now nearly decided on, nothing tolerable to be had under $70 or $80. They are made of strong cloth, with a hole in the middle for putting the head through, with black velvet capes, fringed either with silk or gold, and are universally lined with strong calico. They are warm and convenient for riding in the country. I have seen some richly embroidered which cost $500. It is as I prophesied. Now that we are about leaving Mexico, we fancy that there still remain objects of interest which we have not seen. We have paid a visit, probably a late visit, to Our Lady of Guadalupe, and certainly never examined her cathedral with so much attention, or lingered so long before each painting and shrine, or listened with so much interest to the particulars of its erection, which were given us by Señor , whose authority in these matters is unimpeachable. It appears that the present sacristy of the parochial church dates back to 1575, and was then a small chapel, where the miraculous image was kept, and where it remained until the beginning of the next century, when a new church was built, to which the image was solemnly transported. Even when enclosed in the first small sanctuary, its fame must have been great, for by orders of the archbishop, 6 dowries of $300 each, to be given to 6 orphans on their marriage, were annually drawn from the alms offered at her shrine. But in 1629 Mexico suffered the terrible inundation which destroyed so large a part of the city, and the excellent Archbishop D. Francisco Manzo, while devoting his time and fortune to assist the sufferers, also gave orders that the Virgin of Guadalupe should be brought into Mexico and placed in the cathedral there, then of very different dimensions from the present noble building, occupying, it is said, the space which is now covered by the principal sacristy. When the waters retired and the Virgin was restored to her own sanctuary, her fame increased to a prodigious extent. Copies of the divine image were so multiplied that there is probably not an Indian hut throughout the whole country where one does not exist. Oblations and alms increased 1,000-fold. A silver throne weighing upwards of 350 marks, and beautifully wrought, chiefly at the expense of the Viceroy, Count of Salvatierra, was presented to her sanctuary, together with a glass case for the image, considered at that time a wonder of art. At the end of the century a new temple, the present sanctuary, was begun. The second church was thrown down, but not until a provisional building, the actual parish church, was erected to receive the image. The new temple was concluded in 1709, and is said to have cost from $600,000 to $800,000, collected from alms alone, which were solicited in person by the viceregal archbishop D. Juan de Ortega y Montanes. 2 private individuals in Mexico gave, the one $30,000, the other $50,000 towards its erection. The interior is of the Doric order, and has 3 aisles, divided by 8 pillars, upon which with the walls are placed 18 arches, the centre one forming the dome of the edifice. It runs from north to south, has 3 great gates, one fronting Mexico and 2 others at the sides. Its length may be 250 feet, and its width about 130. In the 4 external angles of the church are 4 lofty towers, in the midst of which rises the dome. 3 altars were at first erected, and in the middle one, destined for the image, was a sumptuous tabernacle of silver gilt, in which were more than 3,200 marks of silver, and which cost nearly $80,000. In the centre of this was a piece of gold weighing 4,050 castellanos, an old Spanish coin, the 50th part of a mark of gold. And here the image was placed, the linen on which it is painted guarded by a silver plate of great value. The rest of the temple had riches corresponding. The candlesticks, vases, railing, etc., contain nearly 14,000 marks of silver, without counting the numerous holy vessels, cups, and chalices adorned with jewels. One golden lamp weighed upwards of 2,200 castellanos, another 750 silver marks. In 1802 some part of the walls and arches began to give way, and it was necessary to repair them. But first, under the direction of the celebrated sculptor Tolsa, a new altar was erected for the image. His first care was to collect the most beautiful marbles of the country for this purpose. The black he brought from Puebla, and the white, gray, and rose-colored from the quarries of San José Visaron. He also began to work at the bronze ornaments, but from the immense sums of money necessary to its execution, the work was delayed for nearly 20 years. Then, in 1826, it was recommenced with fresh vigor. The image was removed meanwhile to the neighbouring convent of the Capuchinas, and the same year the altar was concluded, and the Virgin brought back in solemn procession in the midst of an innumerable multitude. This great altar, which cost from $300,000 to $400,000, is a concave hexagonal, in the midst of which rise two white marble pillars, and on each side two columns of rose-colored marble, of the composite order, which support the arch. Between these are two pedestals on which are the images of San Joaquin and Santa Anna, and two niches, containing San José and Saint John the Baptist. Above the cornices are three other pedestals supporting the three saints, Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael, and above Saint Michael. In the midst of cherubim and seraphim is a representation of the Eternal Father. The space between the upper part of the altar and the roof is covered with a painted crimson curtain, held by saints and angels. The tabernacle in the centre of the altar is of rose-colored marble, in which the image is deposited, and all the ornaments of the altar are of gilt bronze and zinc. Besides the collegiate and the parish church, there are at Guadalupe the church of the Capuchin nuns, and the churches of the Hill and the Well, all in such close conjunction that the whole village or city, as it calls itself, seems altogether some religious establishment or confraternity, belonging to these temples and churches, united in the worship of the Virgin, and consequent upon the miraculous apparition manifested to the chosen Indian, Juan Diego. I regret not having known till lately that there exists in Mexico a convent of Indian nuns, and that each nun, when she takes the veil, wears a very superb Indian dress, the costume formerly worn by the cacicas, or ladies of highest rank. I went some days ago with the Señorita F a to visit a house for insane women in the Calle de Canoa, built in 1698 by the rich congregation of El Salvador. The institution is now in great want of funds, and is by no means to be compared with the establishment of San Hipólito. The directress seems a good kind-hearted woman, who devoted herself to doing her duty, and who is very gentle to her patients, using no means but those of kindness and steadiness to subdue their violence. But what a life of fear and suffering such a situation must be! The inmates look poor and miserable, generally speaking, and it is difficult to shake off the melancholy impression which they produce on the mind. We were particularly struck by the sight of one unfortunate woman of the better class, who, with her long hair all dishevelled and eyes sparkling with a wild light, stood at the open window of her cell, where for the present they are obliged to confine her, and who poured forth the most piteous lamentations, and adjured every one who passed, in the most pathetic terms, to restore her husband and children to her. One girl was singing cheerfully, one or two women were sewing, but most of them were sitting crouched on the floor, with a look of melancholy vacancy. The poor are admitted gratis, and the richer classes pay a moderate sum for their board. To turn to a very different theme, we continue to go to the opera, certainly the most agreeable amusement in Mexico, and generally to the Minister's box in the centre. Last evening Belisario was repeated, but with less splendour than on its representation in honour of Santa Anna. We expect to leave this on the 16th, going in a diligence as far as Toluca, where a Mexican officer, Colonel Y, has kindly promised to meet us with mules and horses. M. le Comte de B. and Mr. W., secretaries of the French and English legations, have made arrangements for accompanying us as far as Valladolid, with which agreeable travelling companions we may reasonably expect a pleasant journey. Last Sunday was the festival of All Saints. On the evening of each day we walked out under the portales, with M. and Madame de , Minister and his wife, to look at the illumination, and at the numerous booths filled with sugar skulls, etc., temptingly ranged in grinning rows, to the great edification of the children. In general, there are crowds of well-dressed people on the occasion of this fête, but the evening was cold and disagreeable, and though there were a number of ladies, they were enveloped in shawls and dispersed early. The old women at their booths, with their cracked voices, kept up the constant cry of "Skulls! Niñas! Skulls!" But there were also animals done in sugar, of every species, enough to form specimens for a Noah's Ark. 14th. We leave this the day after tomorrow, and shall write from our first halting place. And as on our return we shall do little more than pass through Mexico, we are almost taking leave of all our friends. Were I to tell you all the kindness and hospitality, and cordial offers of service that we receive, and the manner in which our rooms, albeit the rooms of an inn, are filled from morning till night, it would seem an exaggeration. One acquaintance we have made lately, whom we like so much, that we have been vociferously abusing the system of fair part in the city, since, owing to the mistake of a servant, we have until now been deprived of the pleasure of knowing her. The mistake is rectified at the 11th hour. The lady is the Señora de G z P.A., one of the most accomplished and well informed women in Mexico, and though our friendship has been short, I trust it may be enduring. 2 evenings since we went with the Señora de C s to an amateur concert, and I question whether in any capital of Europe so many good amateur voices could be collected. I do not speak of the science of cultivation, though the hostess, the Señora A, has a perfect method. But yesterday we spent a most agreeable evening in a delightful family reunion at the house of Señor N. del B.O. It was strictly limited to the family relations, and was, I believe, his jour de fête. If all Mexican society resembled this, we should have too much regret in leaving it. The girls handsome, well educated, and simple in their manners and tastes; the Countess a model of virtue and dignity; then so much true affection and love of home amongst them all; so much wealth, and yet good taste and perfect simplicity visible in all that surrounds them. Mexico is not lost as long as such families exist, and though they mingle little in society, the influence of their virtues and charities is widely felt. This morning, C n had an audience of the new president. He also paid a visit to General Bustamante, who is still at Guadalupe and preparing for his departure. He will probably sail in the Jason, the man of war which brought us to Vera Cruz, and it is probable that we shall leave the Republic at the same period. The Dowager Marquesa de Vivanco, who in consequence of ill health has not left her house for months, was among our visitors this morning. Today, Count C a dined here and brought for our inspection the splendid sword presented by Congress to General Valencia, with its hilt of brilliants and opals, a beautiful piece of workmanship, which does credit to the Mexican artificers. He was particularly brilliant and eloquent in his conversation today. Whether his theories are right or wrong, they are certainly entraînant. Our next letters will probably be dated from Toluca. End of letter the 47th. Letter the 48th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 48th. Leave Mexico. Diligence. Indian padre. Brandy drinking female. Bad roads. Beautiful view. Escort. Good breakfast. Crosses. Robber's Head. Select party. Lerma. Valley of Toluca. Hacienda. Toluca. Count de B and Mr. W. The Comandante. Gay supper. Colonel Y. Day at Toluca. Journey to La Gabia. Heat and hunger. Pleasant quarters. Princely estate. El Pilar. Ezorillo. A wolf. Long journey. Tortillas. Count de B. State of Michoacán. Forest scenery. Trojes of Anganjueno. Comfort. Toluca, 16th. In vain would be a description with the hopes of bringing them before you of our last few days in Mexico, of the confusion, the bustle, the visits, the paying of bills, the packing of trunks, the sending off of heavy luggage to Vera Cruz, and extracting the necessary articles for our journey, especially yesterday, when we were surrounded by visitors and cargadores from 7:30 in the morning till 11:30 at night. Our very last visitors were the families of C a and E n. The new president, on dit, is turning his sword into a plowshare. Preferring a country to a city life, nearly every Sunday he names the house in which he desires to be fêted the following week, now at the villa of Señor at Tacubaya, now at the hacienda of Señor at San Agustin. As yet, the diplomatic corps do not attend these assemblies, not having been officially received, but we hear that there is singing and dancing, and other amusements, and that his Excellency is extremely amiable and gallant. By 6 o'clock this morning, several of our friends were assembled to accompany us to the diligence, Señor C o, M.E., R.S., A.E., etc., which unfortunately we had not been able to secure for ourselves, for at this moment the whole world is in motion, going to attend the great annual fair of San Juan de los Lagos, which begins on the 5th of December, and to which Toluca is the direct road. Fortunately, the diligence had broken down the preceding evening, and it was necessary to repair it, otherwise we should have left behind various important articles, for in the confusion of our departure, every one had left some requisite item at the hotel. C.N. his gun, K. her bag, I. everything, and more especially the book, with which I intended to beguile the weary hours between Mexico and Toluca. Our servant boy ran. Señor R s mounted his horse, and most good-naturedly galloped between the diligence office and the hotel, until, little by little, all the missing articles were restored. We climbed into the coach, which was so crowded that we could but just turn our heads to groan an adieu to our friends. The coach rattled off through the streets, dashed through the Alameda, and gradually we began to shake down, and by a little arrangement of cloaks and sarapes, to be less crowded. A padre with a very Indian complexion sat between K and me, and a horrible, long, lean, bird-like female, with immense red goggle eyes, coal-black teeth, fingers like claws, a great gautre, and drinking brandy at intervals, sat opposite to us. There were also various men buried in their sarapes. Satisfied with a cursory inspection of our companions, I addressed myself to Blackwood's Magazine, but the road which leads towards the Desierto, and which we before passed on horseback, is dreadful, and the mules could scarcely drag the loaded coach up the steep hills. We were thrown into ruts, horribly jolted, and sometimes obliged to get out, which would not have been disagreeable but for the necessity of getting in again. The day and the country were beautiful, but impossible to enjoy either in a shut coach. We were rather thankful when the wheels sticking in a deep rut, we were forced to descend and walk forwards for some time. We had before seen the view from these heights, but the effect never was more striking than at this moment. The old city with her towers, lakes, and volcanoes, lay bathed in the bright sunshine. Not a cloud was in the sky, not an exhalation rose from the lake, not a shadow was on the mountains. All was bright and glittering, and flooded in the morning light, while in contrast rose to the left the dark pine-covered crags, behind which the Desierto lies. At Santa Fe we changed horses, and found there an escort which had been ordered for us by General Tornel, a necessary precaution in these robber-haunted roads. We stopped to breakfast at Guajimalpa, where the inn is kept by a Frenchman who is said to be making a large fortune, which he deserves for the good breakfast he had prepared for us by orders of the Count de B and Mr. W, who had preceded us early in the morning on horseback. Enviable fate. We had white fish from the river of Lerma, which crosses the plains of Toluca, fresh and well dressed, and without that taste of mud which those from the Mexican Laguna occasionally have. Also hot cutlets, potatoes, coffee, etc. After leaving this inn, situated in a country formed of heaps of lava and volcanic rocks, the landscape becomes more beautiful and wooded. It is, however, dangerous on account of the shelter which the wooded mountains afford to the knights of the road, and to whose predilection for these wild solitudes the number of crosses bore witness. In a woody defile there is a small clear space called Las Cruces, where several wooden crosses point out the site of the famous battle between the curate Hidalgo and the Spanish general Trucillo. An object really in keeping with the wild scenery was the head of the celebrated robber Maldonado, nailed to the pine tree beneath which he committed his last murder. It is now quite black, and grins there, a warning to his comrades and an encouragement to travellers. From the age of 10 to that of 50 he followed the honourable profession of free trader, when he expiated his crimes. The padre who was in the coach with us told us that he heard his last confession. That grinning skull was once the head of a man, and an ugly one too, they say, but stranger still it is to think that that man was once a baby and sat on his mother's knee, and that his mother may have been pleased to see him cut his first tooth. If she could but see his teeth now! Under this very head, and as if to show their contempt for law and justice, the robbers lately eased some travellers of their luggage. Those who were robbed, however, were false coiners, rather a common class in Toluca, and two of these ingenious gentlemen were in the coach with us, as we afterwards learnt, and were returning to that city. These, with the brandy-drinking female, composed our select little party. The scenery without was decidedly preferable to that within, and the leathern sides of the vehicle being rolled up, we had a tolerable view. What hills covered with noble pines! What beautiful pasture fields dotted with clumps of trees, that looked as if disposed for effect, as in an English park! Firs, oaks, cedars, and elms. Arrived at the town or village of Lerma, famous for its manufacture of spurs, and standing in a marshy country at the entrance of the valley of Toluca, all danger of the robbers is past, and with the danger much of the beauty of the scenery. But we breathed more freely on another account, for here she of the goggle eyes and gautre descended with her brandy bottle, relieving us from the oppressive influence of the sort of day mare, if there be such a thing, which her presence had been to us. The valley of Toluca was now before us, its volcano towering in the distance. The plains around looked cold and dreary, with pools of transparent water and swamps filled with various species of waterfowl. The hacienda of San Nicolas, the property of Señor Mier y Terán, a Spaniard, was the only object that we saw worthy of notice before we reached Toluca. This hacienda, formerly the property of the Carmelite monks, is a valuable estate. Not a tree is to be seen here, or in the valley, a great extent of which is included in it, but it is surrounded by vast fields of maguey and maize. It is traversed by a fine river, and is one of the most profitable estates in the country. The labourers here are in general the Otome Indians, a poor and degraded tribe. Here we dismissed our escort, which had been changed every 6 leagues, and entered Toluca about 4 o'clock, passing the garita without the troublesome operation of searching, to which travellers in general are subject. We found tolerable rooms in an inn, at least there were 2 or 3 wooden chairs in each, and a deal table in one, and Mr. W and the Count de B looking out for us. Colonel Y had not yet made his appearance. Toluca, a large and important city, lies at the foot of the mountain of San Miguel de Tutucuitlalpico, and is an old, quiet, good-looking, respectable-seeming place, about as sad and solitary as Puebla. The streets, the square, and the churches are clean and handsome. To the south of the city lie extensive plains covered with rich crops, and about 10 miles in the same direction is the volcano. We walked out in the afternoon to the Alameda, passing under the portales, handsomer and cleaner than those of Mexico, and sat down on a stone bench beside a fountain, a position which commanded a beautiful view of the distant hills and of the volcano, behind which the sun was setting in a sea of liquid flame, making it look like a great pearl lying amongst melted rubies. The Alameda has not been much ornamented, and is quite untenanted, but walks are cut through the grass, and they were making hay. Everything looked quiet and convent-like, and a fine fresh air passed over the new-mown grass, inclining to cold, but pleasant. The volcano is scooped out into a natural basin, containing, in the very midst of its fiery furnace, 2 lakes of the purest, coldest, and most transparent water. It is said that the view from its summit, the ascent to which is very fatiguing, but has been accomplished, is beautiful and extensive. On the largest lake travellers have embarked in a canoe, but I believe it has never been crossed, on account of the vulgar prejudice that it is unfathomable, and has a whirlpool in the centre. The volcano is about 15,000 feet above the level of the sea, and 9,000 above Toluca. It is not so grand as Popocatepetl, but a respectable volcano for a country town, muy decente, very decent, as a man said in talking of the pyramids that adorn the wonderful cavern of Cucuhuamilpa. We ordered supper at the inn, and were joined by the Commandante of Toluca, Don M A, the officer who came out to meet us when we arrived in Mexico. I regret to state that such a distinguished party should have sat down, 6 in number, to fowl and frijoles, with only 3 knives and 2 forks between them. The provident travellers had, however, brought good wine, and if our supper was not very elegant, it was at least very gay. Colonel Y arrived about 10 o'clock, but it is agreed that the animals require 1 day's rest, and we shall consequently spend to morrow at Toluca. 17th. We have spent this day in arranging our route, in which we are guided not by the most direct, but the most agreeable in walking through the city, which in the time of federalism was the capital of the state; in climbing some of the steep roads cut through the hills at whose base it lies, and in admiring the churches and convents, and broad well paved streets, with their handsome houses painted white and red. It is decided that the first night of our pilgrimage we shall request hospitality at the hacienda of the ex Minister Hechavarria, La Gabia, which is about 10 leagues of very bad road from Toluca, which is 16 from Mexico. All these important arrangements being made, and a sketch of our journey traced out, we are about retiring to rest in the agreeable prospect of not entering any 4 or 2-wheeled vehicle, be it a cart, carriage, coach, or diligence, till we return here. La Gabia, 19th. To get under way the first morning was a work of some difficulty. Mules to be loaded, horses to be fitted with saddles, and 1 mule lame, and another to be procured, and the trunks found to be too heavy, and so on. We rose at 5, dressed by candlelight, took chocolate, put on our mangas, and then planted ourselves in the passage looking down upon the patio, to watch the proceedings and preparations. Colonel A arrived at 7 with a trooper, to accompany us part of the way, and we set off while it was cool, without waiting for the rest of the party. Toluca looked silent and dignified as we passed through the streets with its old convents and dark hills. The road after leaving the city was stony and mountainous, and having reached a small rancho with an old oratorio beside it, we halted to wait for our travelling companions. Colonel A amused us with an account of his warfare against the Comanches, in which service he had been terribly wounded. Singular contrast between these ferocious barbarians and the mild Indians of the interior. He considers them an exceedingly handsome, fine-looking race, whose resources both for war and trade are so great, that were it not for their natural indolence, the difficulties of checking their aggression would be formidable indeed. Colonel A, being obliged to return to Toluca, left us in charge of his trooper, and we waited at the rancho for about half an hour, when our party appeared with a long train of mules and mozos, the gentlemen dressed Mexican fashion as well as their men, the best dress in the world for a long equestrian journey. Colonel Y had stayed behind to procure another mule, and there being 2 roads, we, as generally happens in these cases, chose the worst, which led us for leagues over a hilly country, unenlivened by tree, shrub, bush, or flower. The sun was already high, and the day intensely hot. We passed an occasional poor hut; a chance Indian passed us, showed his white teeth, and in spite of the load on his back, contrived to draw his hat off his matted locks, and give us a mild good morrow. But for the rest, from Dan to Beersheba, from Toluca to La Gabia, all was barren. By 12 o'clock we might have fancied ourselves passing over the burning plains of Mesopotamia, notwithstanding an occasional cold breeze which swept across us for a moment, serving only to make us feel the heat with greater force. Then barranca followed barranca. The horses climbed up one crag and slid down another. By 2 o'clock we were all starving with hunger, but nothing was to be had. Even Nebuchadnezzar would have found himself at a nonplus. The Count de B contrived to buy some graniditas and parched corn from an Indian, which kept us quiet for a little while, and we tried to console ourselves by listening to our arrieros, who struck up some wild songs in chorus as they drove the wearied mules up the burning hills. Every Indian that we met assured us that La Gavia was cerquita, quite near, detrás Lomita, behind the little hill, and every little hill that we passed presented to our view another little hill, but no signs of the much wished for dwelling. A more barren, treeless, and uninteresting country than this road, on which we have unanimously revenged ourselves by giving it the name of the Road of the 300 Barrancas, led us through, I never beheld. However, it's a long lane that has no turning, as we say in Scotland. And between 3 and 4 La Gavia was actually in sight, a long low building, whose entrance appeared to us the very gates of Eden. We were all, but especially me, who had ridden with my veil up, from a curiosity to see where my horse was going, burnt to the colour of Pawnee Indians. We were most cordially welcomed by Señor Hechavarria and his brothers-in-law, and soon refreshed by rest and an excellent dinner. Fortunately, K and I had no mirrors, but each gave such a flattering description of the other's countenance that it was quite graphic. This beautiful hacienda, which formerly belonged to the Count de Regla, whose possessions must have been royal, is 30 leagues in length and 17 in width, containing in this great space the productions of every climate, from the fir-clad mountains on a level with the volcano of Toluca, to the fertile plains which produce corn and maize, and lower down to fields of sugar cane and other productions of the tropics. We retired to rest betimes, and early this morning rode out with these gentlemen about 5 leagues through the hacienda. The morning was bright and exhilarating, and our animals being tired, we had fresh, strong little horses belonging to their stud, which carried us delightfully. We rode through beautiful pine woods and beside running water, contrasting agreeably with our yesterday's journey, and were accompanied by 3 handsome little boys, children of the family, the finest and manliest little fellows I ever saw, who, dressed in a complete Mexican costume, like 3 miniature rancheros, rode boldly and fearlessly over everything. There was a great deal of firing at crows and at the wild duck on a beautiful little lake, but I did not observe that any one was burdened with too much game. We got off our horses to climb through the wooded hills and ravines, and passed some hours lying under the pine trees, listening to the gurgling of the little brook, whose bright waters made music in the solitude, and, like the soldiers at the pronunciamiento, but with surer aim, pelting each other from behind the parapets of the tall trees with fir tops. About 10 o'clock we returned to breakfast, and Colonel Y having arrived, we are now preparing to continue our journey this afternoon. Anguangubo, 20th. We left La Gabia at 4 o'clock, accompanied by our hospitable hosts for some leagues, all their own princely property, through great pasture fields, woods of fir and oak, hills clothed with trees, and fine clear streams. We also passed a valuable stone quarry, and were shown a hill belonging to the Indians presented to them by a former proprietor. We formed a long train, and I pitied the mistress of El Pilar, our next halting place, upon whom such a regiment was about to be unexpectedly quartered. There were C n, K and I, and a servant, the Count de B and his servant, Mr. W and his servant, Colonel Y and his men, mules, arrieros, spare mules, and led horses, and all the mozos armed, forming altogether a formidable gang. We took leave of the Hechavarria family when it was already growing dusk, and when the moon had risen, found we had taken a great round, so that it was late at night when we arrived at El Pilar, a small hacienda situated in a wild-looking solitary part of the country. A servant had been sent forward to inform the lady of the establishment of our approach, and we were most kindly received. The house is clean and pretty, and tired as we were, the sala boasting of an old piano tempted us to try a waltz while they were preparing supper. The man who waited at table, before he removed the things, popped down upon his knees and recited a long prayer aloud. The gentlemen had one apartment prepared for them, we another, in which, nay, even in the large, four-posted and well-curtained bed allotted to us, Madame Yturbide had slept when on her way to Mexico before her coronation. The Señor M also showed us her picture and spoke of her and the emperor with great enthusiasm. This morning we rose by candlelight at 5 o'clock, with the prospect of a long ride, having to reach the Trojes of Angangueo, a mining district. Trojes literally mean granaries, 14 leagues from El Pilar. The morning was cold and raw, with a dense fog covering the plains, so that we could scarcely see each other's faces, and found our mangas particularly agreeable. We were riding quickly across these ugly marshy wastes, when a curious animal crossed our path, a zorillo or a paddle, as the Indians call it, and which Buffon mentions under the generic name of mofetes. It looks like a brown and white fox, with an enormous tail, which it holds up like a great feather in the air. It is known not only for the beauty of its skin, but for the horrible and pestilential odour with which it defends itself when attacked, and which poisons the air for miles around. Notwithstanding the warnings of the mozos as to its peculiar mode of defence, the gentlemen pursued it with guns and pistols on horseback and on foot, but fired in vain. The beast seemed bullet-proof, turning, doubling, winding, crossing pools, hiding itself, stopping for a moment as if it were killed, and then trotting off again with its feathery tail much higher than its head, so that it seemed to be running backwards. The fog favoured it very much. It was certainly wounded in the paw, and as it stopped and seemed to hesitate, the sportsmen thought they had caught up with him, but a minute afterwards away went the waving tail amongst the pools and the marshy grass, the zorillo no doubt accompanying it, though we could not see him, and fortunately without resorting to any offensive or defensive measures. While they were chasing the zorillo, and we had rode a little way off that we might not be accidentally shot in the fog, an immense wolf came looming by in the midst, with its stealthy gallop close to our horses, causing us to shout for the sportsmen, but our numbers frightened it, besides which it had but just breakfasted on a mule belonging to the hacienda, as we were told by the son of the proprietress of El Pilar, who, hearing all this distant firing, had ridden out to inquire into its cause, supposing that we might have lost our way in the fog, and were firing signals of distress. We continued our journey across these plains for about 3 leagues, when the sun rose and scattered the mist, and after crossing a river we entered the woods and rode between the shadows of the trees, through lovely forest scenery, interspersed with dells and plains and sparkling rivulets. But by the time we left these woods and made our way up amongst the hills, the sun was riding high in the heavens, the pastures and green trees disappeared, and though the country was still fertile and the soil rich, its beauties lay hid in the valleys below. Kay's horse received a sort of coup de soleil, shivered and trembled and would not go on, so she mounted another, and one of the mozos led her slowly by a different road to a village to be watered. About 1 o'clock we began to wish for breakfast, but the mules which carried the provisions had taken a different path, and were not in sight, so that, arriving at an Indian inn close by a running stream, we were unanimous in dismounting, and at least procuring some tortillas from the inmates. At the same time, the Count de , very philanthropically, hired an old discoloured looking horse, which was grazing peaceably outside the hut, and mounting the astonished quadruped, who had never in his wildest dreams calculated upon having so fine a chevalier on his back, galloped off in search of more solid food, while we set the Indian woman to baking tortillas. He returned in about half an hour, with some bones of boiled mutton tied up in a handkerchief, some salt, and thick tortillas called gorditas, and was received with immense applause. Everything vanished in an incredibly short space of time, and we resumed our journey with renewed vigour. Towards the afternoon we entered the state of Michoacán by a road, destined to be a highway, traced through great pine forests, after stopping once more to rest at Las Millas, a few huts, or rather wooden cages, at the outskirts of the wood. Nothing can be more beautiful or romantic than this road, ascending through these noble forests, whose lofty oaks and gigantic pines clothe the mountains to their highest summits. sometimes so high, that as we look upwards the trees seem diminished to shrubs and bushes, the sun darting his warm golden light between the dark green extended branches of these distant forest pyramids, so that they seem to be basking in the very focus of his rays. Untrodden and virgin as these forests appear, an occasional cross with its withered garland gives token of life, and also of death; and green and lonely is the grave which the traveller has found among these alpine solitudes, under the shadows of the dark pine, on a bed of fragrant wild flowers fanned by the pure air from the mountain tops. The flowers which grow under the shade of the trees are beautiful and gay in their colours. Everywhere there are blue lupins, marigolds, dahlias, and innumerable blossoms with Indian names. Sometimes we dismounted and walked up the steepest parts, to rest our horses and ourselves, but as it was impossible to go fast on these stony paths, it became entirely dark before Angangueo was in sight, and the road, which for a great part of the way is remarkably good, now led us down a perpendicular descent amongst the trees covered with rocks and stones, so that the horses stumbled, and one, which afterwards proved to be blind of one eye, and not to see very clearly with the other, fell and threw his rider, who was not hurt. It was near 8 o'clock, and we had been on horseback since 6 in the morning, when, after crossing a shallow stream, we saw the fires of the furnaces of Angangueo, a mining village at the foot of some wild hills. We rode past the huts where the blazing fires were shining on the swarthy faces of the workmen, the road skirting the valley, till we reached the house of Don Carlos Hemberger, a Polish gentleman at the head of the German mining establishment. This house, the only one of any consequence at Angangueo, is extremely pretty, with a piazza in front, looking down upon the valley, which at night seems like the dwelling of the Cyclops, and within a very picture of comfort. We were welcomed by the master of the house, and by Madame B n, a pretty and accomplished German lady, the wife of a physician who resides there. We had already known her in Mexico, and were glad to renew our acquaintance in this outlandish spot. One must have travelled 14 leagues from morning till night to know how comfortable her little drawing room appeared, with its well cushioned red sofas, bright lights, and vases of flowers as we came in from the cold and darkness, and how pretty and extra civilized she looked in her black satin gown, not to mention the excellent dinner and the large fires, for they have chimneys in this part of the world. In a nice little bedroom with a cheerful fire, the second time I have seen one in 2 years, I indite these particulars, and shall continue from our next place of rest. End of letter the 48th. Letter the 49th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 49th. Live Trojes, beautiful territory. Tarascan Indians. Taximaurua, distressed condition. An improvement. Cold morning. Querindaro, fine breed of horses. San Bartolo, produce. Country proprietors. Collier. Ride to Morelia. Wild ducks. Sunset. Cathedral bell. Quincho. Curates Morelos. Mantamoros and Hidalgo. Warm baths. Handsome girls. Starving travelers. Lost mules. Lancers. Night on a heap of straw. Mules found. Tzinzontzan. King Calonce. Pascuaro. Kind reception. Bishop. Robbers. Kuru. Night in a barn. Mountain. Uruapa. Enchanting scenery. Pleasant family. Jorullo. Valladolid. 25th. As the house was so agreeable, and our next day's journey short, we could not prevail upon ourselves to leave the Trojes before 9 o'clock, and even then, with the hopes of spending some time there on our return, to see the mining establishment, the mills for grinding ore, the horizontal water wheels, etc., etc., and still more, the beautiful scenery in the neighbourhood. That you may understand our line of march, take a map of Mexico, and you will see that Michoacán, one of the most beautiful and fertile territories in the world, is bounded on the north by the river Lerma, afterwards known by the name of Rio Grande, also by the department of Guanajuato; to the east and northeast it bounds that of Mexico, and to the west that of Guadalajara. It lies on the western slope of the great Cordillera of Anahuac. Hills, woods, and beautiful valleys diversify its surface; its pasture grounds are watered by numerous streams, that rare advantage under the torrid zone, and the climate is cool and healthy. The Indians of this department are the Terascos, the Otomi, and the Chichimeca Indians. The first are the most civilized of the tribes, and their language the most harmonious. We are now travelling in a northwesterly direction towards the capital of the state, Valladolid, or Morelia, as it has been called since the independence, in honour of the curate Morelos, its great supporter. We had a pleasant ride of 9 leagues through an open pasture country, meeting with nothing very remarkable on our journey, but an Indian woman seated on the ground, her Indian husband standing beside her. Both had probably been refreshing themselves with pulque, perhaps even with its homeopathic extract, mezcal, but the Indian was sober and sad, and stood with his arms folded and the most patient and pitying face, while his wife, quite overcome with the strength of the potation and unable to go any further, looked up at him with the most imploring air, saying repeatedly, "Mátame, Miguel, mátame," (Kill me, Miguel, kill me), apparently considering herself quite unfit to live. About 5 o'clock we came in sight of the pretty village and old church of Taximaroa, and riding up to the maison, or inn, found 2 empty dark rooms with mud floors, without windows, in fact without anything but their 4 walls, neither bench, chair, nor table. Although we travel with our own beds, this looked rather uninviting, especially after the pleasant quarters we had just left, and we turned our eyes wistfully towards a pretty small house upon a hill, with a painted portico, thinking how agreeably situated we should be there. Colonel Y thereupon rode up the hill, and presenting himself to the owner of this house, described our forlorn prospects, and he kindly consented to permit us all to sup there, and moreover to receive the ladies for the night. For the gentleman he had no room, having but 1 spare apartment, as one of his family was a great invalid, and could not be moved. Accordingly our travelling luggage was carried up the hill, the horses and mules and servants were quartered in the village, the gentlemen found lodging for themselves in a bachelor's house, and we found ourselves in very agreeable quarters, on a pretty piazza, with an extensive view, and 1 large room containing a table and some benches at our service. Meanwhile M. de rushed through the village, finding eggs and hens and tortillas, and then returning, he and Mr. W. produced the travelling stores of beef and tongue, and set about making mustard and drawing bottles of wine, to the great wonderment and edification of the honest proprietor. Even a clean tablecloth was produced, a piece of furniture which he had probably never seen before, and now eyed wistfully, doubtless taking it for a sheet. We had a most amusing supper, some performing dexterously with penknives, and others using tortillas as forks. We won the heart of the bourgeois by sending a cup of tea to his invalid, and inviting him to partake of another, which he seemed to consider a rare and medicinal beverage. About 9 o'clock the gentlemen departed to their lodgings, and our beds were erected in the large room where we had supped, the man assuring us that he was quite pleased to have us under his roof, and liked our company extremely well, adding, "Me cuadra mucho la gente decente." I am very fond of decent people. We left Taximaroa at 6 o'clock, having spent rather a disturbed night, in consequence of the hollow coughs with which the whole family seemed afflicted, at least the poor invalid on one side of our room, and the master of the house on the other. The morning was so cold that every manga and sarape was put in requisition. Our ride this day was through superb scenery, every variety of hill and valley, water and wood, particularly the most beautiful woods of lofty oaks, the whole with scarcely a trace of cultivation, and for the most part entirely uninhabited. Our numbers were augmented by Colonel Y 's troop, who rode from Morelia to meet him. We had a long journey, passed by the little village of San Andrés, and stopped to eat tortillas in a very dirty hut at Puebla Viejo, surrounded by the dirtiest little Indian children. Throughout the whole ride, the trees and flowering shrubs were beautiful, and the scenery so varied, that although we rode for 11 hours in a hot sun, we scarcely felt fatigued, for wherever there are trees and water and fresh green grass, the eye is rested. In this and in our last few days' journey, we saw a number of blue birds, called by the common people guardia bosques, wood guardians. About 5:30 we entered a winding road through a natural shrubbery, leading to Querendaro, the fine hacienda of Señor Pimentel, a senator. When we arrived, the family were at dinner, and we were invited to join them, after which we went out to see the hacienda, and especially the handsome and well kept stables, where the proprietor has a famous breed of horses, some of which were trotted out for our inspection, beautiful spirited creatures, one called Hilo de Oro, golden thread, another Pico Blanco, white mouth, etc. In the inner courtyard are many beautiful and rare flowers, and everything is kept in great order. At 9 o'clock the following morning we left Querendaro, and rode on to San Bartolo, a vast and beautiful property belonging to Señor Don Joaquin Gomez of Valladolid. The family were from home, with the exception of his son and nephew, who did the honours of the house with such cordial and genuine hospitality, that we felt perfectly at home before the day was over. I think the Mexican character is never seen to such advantage as in the country, amongst these great landed proprietors of old family, who live on their own estates, engaged in agricultural pursuits, and entirely removed from all the party feeling and petty interests of a city life. It is true that the life of a country gentleman here is that of a hermit, in the total absence of all society, in the nearly unbroken solitude that surrounds him. For leagues and leagues there is no habitation but his own; the nearest miserable village may be distant half a day's journey, over an almost impassable road. He is monarch of all his surveys, a king amongst his farm servants and Indian workmen. Nothing can exceed the independence of his position, but to enjoy this wild country life he must be born to it. He must be a first-rate horseman, and addicted to all kinds of country sport; and if he can spend the day in riding over his estate, in directing his workmen, watching over his improvements, redressing disputes and grievances, and can sit down in the evening, in his large and lonely halls, and philosophically bury himself in the pages of some favourite author, then his time will probably not hang heavy on his hands. As for the young master here, he was up with the lark; he was on the most untractable horse in the hacienda, and away across the fields with his followers, chasing the bulls as he went; he was fishing, he was shooting, he was making bullets, he was leagues off at a village, seeing a country bull fight; he was always in a good humour, and so were all who surrounded him. He was engaged in the dangerous amusement of collier, and by the evening it would have been a clever writer who had kept his eyes open after such a day's work. Never was there a young lad more evidently fitted for a free life in the country. There was a generous, frank liberality apparent in everything in this hacienda, that it was agreeable to witness, nothing petty or calculating. Señor , lame through an accident, and therefore unable to mount his horse, or to go far on foot, seemed singularly gentle and kind-hearted. The house is one of the prettiest and most cheerful we have seen yet, but we passed a great stone building on the road, which the proprietor of San Bartolo is having constructed for one of his family, which, if it keep its promise, will be a palace when finished. The principal produce of this hacienda is pimiento, the capsicum. There is the pimiento dulce and the pimiento picante, the sweet fruit of the common capsicum, and the fruit of the bird pepper capsicum. The Spaniards gave to all these peppers the name of chile, which they borrowed from the Indian word quachilili, and which to the native Mexicans is as necessary an ingredient of food as salt is to us. At dinner we had the greatest variety of fine fruit and pulque, which is particularly good in this neighbourhood. They also make here a quantity of excellent cheese. After dinner they proceeded to amuse us with the collier of the bulls, of which amusement the Mexicans throughout the whole republic are passionately fond. They collect a herd, single out several, gallop after them on horseback, and he who is most skilful catches the bull by the tail, passes it under his own right leg, turns it round the high pommel of his saddle, and wheeling his horse round at right angles by a sudden movement, the bull falls on his face. Even boys of 10 years old joined in this sport. It is no wonder that the Mexicans are such centaurs, seeming to form part and parcel of their horses, accustomed as they are from childhood to these dangerous pastimes. This is very dangerous, since the horse's legs constantly get entangled with those of the falling bull, which throws both horse and rider. Manifold are the accidents which result from it, but they are certainly not received as warnings, and after all, such sports, where there is nothing bloody, nor even cruel, saving the thump which the bull gets, and the mortification which he no doubt feels, but from both of which he soon recovers, and which are mere games of skill, trials of address, are manly and strengthening, and help to keep up the physical superiority of that fine race of men, the Mexican rancheros. The next day we parted from our travelling companions, the Count de B and Mr. W, who are on their way to the fair of San Juan, and are from thence going to Tepic, even to the shores of the Pacific Ocean. Unfortunately, our time is limited, and we cannot venture on so distant an expedition, but we greatly regretted separating from such pleasant compagnons de voyage. We spent the morning in walking about the hacienda, seeing cheese made, and visiting the handsome chapel, the splendid stone granaries, the great mills, etc. We also hope to spend some time here on our return. By letters received this morning from Mexico, we find that Señor Gomez Pedraza has left the ministry. As we had but 6 leagues to ride in order to reach Morelia, we did not leave San Bartolo till 4 in the afternoon, and enjoyed a pretty ride through a fertile and well wooded country, the road good and the evening delightful. As the sun set, millions and tens of millions of ducks, in regular ranks and regiments, darkening the air, flew over our heads, changing their quarters from one lake to another. Morelia is celebrated for the purity of its atmosphere and the exceeding beauty of its sky, and this evening upheld its reputation. Towards sunset the whole western horizon was covered with myriads of little lilac and gold clouds, floating in every fantastic form over the bright blue of the heavens. The lilac deepened into purple, blushed into rose colour, brightened into crimson. The blue of the sky assumed that green tint peculiar to an Italian sunset. The sun himself appeared a globe of living flame. Gradually he sank in a blaze of gold and crimson, while the horizon remained lighted as by the flame from a volcano. Then his brilliant retinue of clouds, after blazing for a while in borrowed splendour, melted gradually into every rainbow hue and tinge, from deep crimson to rose colour and pink and pale violet and faint blue, floating in silvery vapour, until they all blended into one soft grey tinge, which swept over the whole western sky. But then the full moon rose in cloudless serenity, and at length we heard, faintly, then more distinctly, and then in all its deep and sonorous harmony, the tolling of the cathedral bell, which announced our vicinity to a great city. It has a singular effect, after travelling for some days through a wild country, seeing nothing but a solitary hacienda, or an Indian hut, to enter a fine city like Morelia, which seems to have started up as by magic in the midst of the wilderness, yet bearing all the traces of a venerable old age. By moonlight it looked like a panorama of Mexico, with a fine square, portales, cathedral, broad streets, and good houses. We rode through the city to the house of Colonel Y, where we now are; but as we intend to continue our journey to its furthest limits without stopping, we are now, after a night's rest, preparing to resume our ride. They are saddling the horses, strapping on the sarapes behind the saddles, taking down and packing up our lits de voyage, and loading the mules, all which is a work of time. On our return we hope to remain here a few days, to see everything that is worthy of notice. Pascuaro. Accompanied by several gentlemen of Morelia, who came early in the morning to see C n, we set off for the warm baths of Cuincho, and as we rode along, the hill of Las Bateas was pointed out to us, where by order of the curate Morelos, 200 Spaniards were murdered in cold blood, to revenge the death of his friend, the curate Matamoros, who was taken prisoner and shot by orders of Yturbide. Horrible cruelty in a Christian priest! It is singular that the great leaders of the independence should have been ecclesiastics. The curate Hidalgo, its prime mover, the curates Morelos and Matamoros, the principal chiefs. Hidalgo, it is said, had no plan, published no manifesto, declared no opinions, but rushed from city to city, at the head of his men, displaying on his colours an image of the Virgin of Guadalupe, and inciting his troops to massacre the Spaniards. Morelos was an Indian, uneducated, but brave and enterprising, and considered the mildest and most merciful of these soldier priests. Matamoros, equally brave, was better informed. Both were good generals, and both misused the power which their position gave them over the minds of the unenlightened populace. When Morelos became generalissimo of the revolutionary forces, he took a step fatal to his interests and which led to his ultimate ruin. He formed a congress which met at Chilpancingo, and was composed of lawyers and clergymen, ignorant and ambitious men, who employed themselves in publishing absurd decrees and impossible laws, in assigning salaries to themselves, and giving each other the title of Excellency. Disputes and divisions arose amongst them, and in 1814 they published an absurd and useless document in the village of Apatzingan, to which they gave the name of the Mexican Constitution. The following year Morelos was defeated in an engagement which took place in the environs of Tesmelaca, taken prisoner, led to Mexico, and after a short trial degraded from his ecclesiastical functions, and shot in the village of San Cristobal Escatepec, 7 leagues from the capital. The revolutionary party considered him as a martyr in the cause of liberty, and he is said to have died like a true hero. The appellation of Morelia, given to the city of Valladolid, keeps his name in remembrance, but her blood-stained mountain is a more lasting record of his cruelty. A vile action is recorded of a Spaniard, whose name, which deserves to be branded with infamy, escapes me at this moment. The soldiers of Morelos having come in search of him, he standing at his door pointed out his brother, who was in a room inside the house, as the person whom they sought, and escaped himself, leaving his brother to be massacred in his place. We contrasted the conduct of this miserable wretch with the noble action of the Prince de Polignac, under similar circumstances. At 10:30, after a pleasant ride of about 5 leagues, we arrived at the natural hot springs of Cuincho. The place is quite wild, the scenery very striking. The building consists of 2 very large baths, 2 very damp rooms, and a kitchen. The baths are kept by a very infirm old man, a martyr to intermitting fever, and 2 remarkably handsome girls, his daughters, who live here completely alone, and, except in summer, when the baths are resorted to by a number of canonijos and occasional gentlemen from Morelia, waste their sweetness on the desert air. The house, such as it is, lies at the foot of rocky hills, covered with shrubs, and pouring down streams of hot water from their volcanic bosoms. All the streams that cross your path are warm. You step by chance into a little streamlet, and find the water of a most agreeable temperature. They put this water in earthen jars to cool, in order to render it fit for drinking, but it never becomes fresh and cold. It contains muriatic acid, without any trace of sulphur or metallic salt. I think it is Humboldt who supposes that in this part of Mexico there exists, at a great depth in the interior of the earth, a fissure, running from east to west for 137 leagues, through which, bursting the external crust of the porphyritic rocks, the volcanic fire has opened itself a passage at different times, from the coasts of the Mexican Gulf as far as the South Sea. The famous volcano of Jorullo is in this department, and boiling fountains are common in various parts of it. We stopped here to take a bath, and found the temperature of the water delicious, about the ordinary temperature of the human body. The baths are rather dark, being enclosed in great stone walls, with the light coming from a very small aperture, near the roof. A bird that looked like a wild duck was sailing about in the largest one, having made its entry along with the water when it was let in. I never bathed in any water which I so much regretted leaving. After bathing, we waited for the arrival of our mules, which were to follow us at a gentle pace, that we might have breakfast and continue our journey to Pascuaro, a city 9 leagues farther. But several hours passed away, and no mules appeared, and at length we came to the grievous conviction that the arrieros had mistaken the road, and that we must expect neither food nor beds that night, for it was now too late to think of reaching Pascuaro. In this extremity, the gentlemen from Morelia, suffering for their politeness in having escorted us, the 2 damsels of the bath, naiads of the boiling spring, pitying our hungry condition, came to offer their services. One asked me if I should like to eat a burro in the meantime. A burro being an ass, I was rather startled at the proposition, and assured her that I should infinitely prefer waiting a little longer before resorting to so desperate a measure. Some people call them pecadoras, female sinners, said her sister. Upon this the gentlemen came to our assistance, and burros or pecadoras were ordered forthwith. They proved to be hot tortillas, with cheese in them, and we found them particularly good. It grew late, but no mules arrived, and at length the young ladies and their father rushed out desperately, caught an old hen that was wandering amongst the hills, killed, skinned, and put it into a pot to boil, baked some fresh tortillas, and brought us the spoil in triumph. One penknife was produced, the boiling pan placed on a deal table in the room of the bath, and every one surrounding the fowl, a tough old creature who must have chuckled through many revolutions. We ate by turns, and concluded with a comfortable drink of lukewarm water. We then tried to beguile the time by climbing amongst the hills at the back of the house, by pushing our way through the tangled briars, by walking to a little lake where there were ducks and waterfowl, and close to the margin a number of fruit trees. We returned to the baths. The mules had not been heard of. There was no resource but patience. Our Morelian friends left us to return home before it should grow dusk, and shortly after, an escort of 23 lancers, with a captain, arrived by orders of the governor, Don Panfilo Galiudo, to accompany us during the remainder of our journey. They looked very picturesque, with their lances and little scarlet flags, and gave a very formidable aspect to the little portico in front of the baths, where they deposited all their military accoutrements, their saddles, guns, sarapes, etc. The captain had with him his wife and daughter, and a baby of about 2 years old, which, during all the time they were with us, was constantly carried by one of the soldiers with the utmost care, in front of his horse. Meanwhile the moon rose, and we walked about disconsolate in front of the baths, fearing greatly that some accident might have overtaken our unescorted mules and servants, that the first might be robbed, and that the drivers might be killed. But it was as well to try to sleep, if it were only to get over the interminable night, and at length some clean straw was procured and spread in a corner of the damp floor. There K and I lay down in our mangas. C n procured another corner, Colonel Y a third, and then and thus we addressed ourselves seriously to repose, but in vain. Between cold and mosquitoes and other animals we could not close our eyes, and were thankful to rise betimes, shake the straw off, and resume our march. The road was pretty and flowery when the light came in, and we gradually began to open our eyes after taking leave of our fair hostesses and their father. When I say the road, you do not, I trust, imagine us riding along a dusty highway. I am happy to say that we are generally the discoverers of our own pathways, every man his own Columbus. Sometimes we take short cuts which prove to be long rounds, over hill, over dale, through bush, through briar, through valley and over stream, and this kind of journey has something in it so independent and amusing, that with all its fatigues and inconveniences, we find it delightful, far preferable even to travelling in the most commodious London-built carriage, bowling along the Queen's Highway with four swift posters, at the rate of 12 miles an hour. Arrived at the huts, we stopped to make inquiries concerning the mules. 2 loaded mules, the peasants said, had been robbed in the night, and the men tied to a tree on the low road leading to Pascuaro. We rode on, uneasy enough, and at another hut were told that many robbers had been out in the night, and that amongst others a woman had been robbed and bound hand and foot. The road now became bleak and uninteresting, the sun furiously hot, and we rode forward with various misgivings as to the fate of the party, when, at a cluster of huts called El Corrio, we came up with the whole concern. The arrieros had forgotten the name of Quincho, and not knowing where to go, had stopped here the previous night, knowing that we were bound for Pascuaro and must pass that way. They had arrived early and missed the robbers. We stopped to breakfast at some huts called La Puerta de Chapultepec, where we got some tortillas from a half-caste Indian, who was in great distress because his wife had run off from him for the 4th time with another gentleman. He vowed that though he had taken her back 3 times, he never would receive her more. Yet I venture to say that when the false fair one presents herself, she will find him placable. He is evidently in such distress at having no woman to take care of his house. After leaving Chapultepec, the scenery improves, and at length we had a beautiful view of the hills, at the foot of which lies the ancient city of Tzintzontzan, close by the opposite shore of the lake of Pascuaro, formerly capital of the independent kingdoms of Michoacán, an important city called at the time of Cortes Hurtzitzila. It was formerly the residence of the monarch king Calzonsi, an ally of Cortes, and who, with his Indian subjects, assisted him in his Mexican war. It is now a poor Indian village, though it is said that some remains of the monarch's palace still exist. Apropos to which, we have several times observed, since we entered this state, large stones lying in fields or employed in fences, with strange hieroglyphic characters engraved on them, some of which may be curious and interesting. The view as we approach Pascuaro, with its beautiful lakes studded with little islands, is very fine. The bells are tolling, and they were letting off rockets for some Indian festival, and we met parties of the natives, who had been keeping the festival upon pulque or mezcal, a strong spirit, and were stumbling along in great glee. We came up to an old church that looks like a bird's nest amongst the trees, and stands at the outskirts of the city. Here it is said His Majesty of Michoacán came out to meet his Spanish ally when he entered this territory. Pascuaro is a pretty little city with sloping roofs, situated on the shores of the lake of the same name, and in front of the little Indian village of Janicho, built on a beautiful small island in the midst of the lake. C.N. says that Pascuaro resembles a town in Catalonia. It is entirely unlike any other Mexican city. We made a great sensation as we entered with our lancers and mules, tired and dust becovered as we were, and brought all the Pascuaranians to their balconies. We passed churches bearing the date of 1580. We went to the largest and best house in the town, that of Don Miguel H.A., a friend of Colonel Wise. He was from home, but we were most hospitably entertained by his wife, who received us without any unnecessary ceremony or compliments, and made us quite at home. We walked out with her by moonlight to see the square and the portales, which is a promenade in the evening, and were followed by crowds of little boys, strangers being rather an uncommon spectacle here. The only foreign lady, Doña says, who ever was here in her recollection, was a Frenchwoman, to whom she was very much attached, the daughter of a physician, and whose husband was murdered by the robbers. This morning, the weather being cold and rainy, and our quarters too agreeable to leave in any violent haste, we agreed to remain until to morrow, and have spent a pleasant day in this fine large house with Doña and her numerous and handsome children. We have not been able to visit the lake or the Indian Islands on account of the weather, but we hope to do so on our return from Uruapa, our next destination. Our hostess is a most agreeable person, lively, kind-hearted, and full of natural talent. We did not expect to meet such a person in this corner of the world. The first bishop of Michoacán, Vasco de Quiroga, who died in Uruapa, was buried in Pascuaro, and the Indians of this state still venerate his memory. He was the father and benefactor of these Tarascan Indians, and went fast to rescue them from their degraded state. He not only preached morality, but encouraged industry amongst them, by assigning to each village its particular branch of commerce. Thus one was celebrated for its manufacture of saddles, another for its shoes, a third for its bateos, painted trays, and so on. Every useful institution of which some traces still remain amongst them is due to this excellent prelate, an example of what one good and zealous and well-judging man can effect. We have been taking another stroll by moonlight, the rain having ceased. We have lingered over a pleasant supper, and have wished Doña good night. Yet let me not forget, before laying down my pen, to celebrate the excellence of the white fish from the lake, so greatly surpassing in excellence and flavour those which we occasionally have in Mexico. These, no doubt, must have constituted the provisions which, according to tradition, were carried by regular running posts from Tzintzontzan to Montezuma's palace in Mexico, and with such expedition that though the distance is about 100 leagues, they were placed, still smoking, on the emperor's table. Uruapa, 30th. We went to mass at 6 o'clock, and then took leave of the Señora H a, who gave us a cordial invitation to spend some days with her on our return. It was about 8 o'clock when we left Pascuaro, and mounted the hills over which our road lay, and stopped to look down on the beautiful lake, lying like a sheet of silver in the sun, and dotted with green islands. Two disagreeable personages were added to our party. Early in the morning, intelligence was brought that a celebrated robber, named Morales, captain of a large band, had been seized along with one of his companions, and permission was requested to take advantage of our large escort, in order that they may be safely conducted to Uruapa, where they are to be shot, being already condemned to death. The punishment of hanging is not in use in Mexico. The first thing, therefore, that we saw on mounting our horses was the two robbers chained together by the leg, guarded by 5 of our lancers, and prepared to accompany us on foot. The companion of Morales was a young vulgar-looking ruffian, his face livid, and himself nearly naked, but the robber captain himself was equal to any of Salvator's brigands, in his wild and striking figure and countenance. He wore a dark-coloured blanket and a black hat, the broad leaf of which was slouched over his face, which was the colour of death, while his eyes seemed to belong to a tiger, or other beast of prey. I never saw such a picture of fierce misery. Strange to say, this man began life as a shepherd, but how he was induced to abandon this pastoral occupation we did not hear. For years he has been the scourge of the country, robbing to an unheard of extent, so that, whatever he may have done with them, tens of thousands of dollars have passed through his hands, carrying off the farmers' daughters to the mountains, and at the head of 80 ruffians committing the most horrible disorders. His last crime was murdering his wife in the mountains, the night before last, under circumstances of barbarity too shocking to relate, and it is supposed assisted by the wretch now with him. After committing the crime, they ran to hide themselves in an Indian village, as the Indians probably from fear never betray the robbers. However, their horror of this man was so great that perfect hate cast out their fear, and collecting together they seized the ruffians, bound them, and carried them to Pascuaro, where they were instantly tried and condemned to be shot, the sentence to be executed at Uruapa. The sight of these miserable wretches, and the idea of what their feelings must be, occupied us, as they toiled along, each step bringing them nearer to their place of execution, and we could not help thinking what wild wishes must have sometimes throbbed within them, of breaking their bonds, and dashing away from their guards, away through the dark woods, over mountain and river, down that almost perpendicular precipice, over the ravine, up that green and smiling hill, and into these gloomy pine woods, in whose untrod recesses they would be secure from pursuit; and then their despair, when they felt the heavy, clanking chain on their bare feet, and looked at the lances and guns that surrounded them, and knew that even if they attempted to fly, could they be insane enough to try it, a dozen bullets would stop their career for ever. Then horror and disgust at the recollection of their savage crimes took the place of pity, and not even blank suggestion that the robber chief might have killed his wife in a transport of jealousy, could lessen our indignation at this last most barbarous murder of a defenceless woman. But these thoughts took away half the pleasure of this most beautiful journey through wild woods, where for leagues and leagues we met nothing but the fatal cross, while through these woods of larches, cedars, oaks, and pines, are bright vistas of distant pasture fields and of lofty mountains covered with forests. Impossible to conceive a greater variety of beautiful scenery, a greater waste of beauty, if one may say so, for not even an Indian hut was to be seen, nor did we meet a single passing human being, nor a trace of cultivation. As we came out of the woods, we heard a gun fired amongst the hills, the first token of human life that had greeted us since we left Pascuaro. This, Señor told us, was the signal gun usually fired by the Indians on the approach of an armed troop, warning their brethren to hide themselves. Here the Indians rarely speak Spanish, as those do who live in the neighbourhood of cities. Their language is chiefly the harmonious Tarascan. Towards the afternoon we came to a path which led us into a valley of the most surpassing beauty, entirely carpeted with the loveliest blue, white, pink, and scarlet wild flowers, and clothed with natural orchards of peach and apricot trees in full bloom, the grass strewed with their rich blossoms. Below ran a sparkling rivulet, its bright gushing waters leaping over the stones and pebbles that shone in the sun like silver. Near this are some huts called Las Palomas, and it was so charming a spot that we got off our horses and halted for half an hour, and while they prepared breakfast for us, a basket of provisions from Pascuaro having been brought on by the provident care of Doña , we clambered out amongst the rocks and luxuriant trees that dipped their leafy branches in the stream, and pulled wild flowers that would grace any European garden. Having breakfasted in one of the huts upon fowl and tortillas, on which memorable occasion 2 penknives were produced, and I still wonder why we did not bring some knives and forks with us, unless it be that we should never have had them cleaned. We continued our journey, and this mention of knives leads me to remark that all common servants in Mexico, and all common people, eat with their fingers. Those who are rather particular roll up 2 tortillas and use them as a knife and fork, which I can assure you from experience is a great deal better than nothing, when you have learnt how to use them. Our road after this, though even wilder and more picturesque, was very fatiguing to the horses, up and down steep rocks, among forests of oak and pine, through which we slowly wended our way, so that it was dark when we descended a precipitous path leading to a small Indian village, or rather encampment, called Curu. It was now too late to think of reaching Uruapa, or of venturing to climb by night the series of precipices called the Cuesta de Curu, over which we should have had to pass. But such a place as Curu for Christians to pass the night in! A few miserable huts filled with Indians, and not, so far as we could discern, even an empty shed where we might rest under cover. However, there was no remedy. The arriero had already unloaded his mules and was endeavouring to find some provender for them and the poor horses. It was quite dark, but there was a delicious fragrance of orange blossoms, and we groped our way up to the trees and pulled some branches by way of consolation. At length an old wooden barn was discovered, and there the beds of the whole party were put up. We even contrived to get some boiling water and to have some tea made, an article of luxury which, as well as a teapot, we carry with us. We sat down upon our trunks, and a piece of candle was procured and lighted, and, after some difficulty, made to stand upright on the floor. The barn, made of logs, let the air in on all sides, and the pigs thrust their snouts in at every crevice, grunting harmoniously. Outside, in the midst of the encampment, the soldiers lighted a large fire, and sat around it roasting maize. The robbers sat amongst them, chained, with a soldier mounting guard beside them. The fire flashing on the livid face of Morales, who, crouched in his blanket, looked like a tiger about to spring. The soldiers, some warming their hands at the blaze, some lying rolled in their sarapes, and others devouring their primitive supper, together with the Indian women bringing them hot tortillas from the huts, the whole had a curious and picturesque effect. As for us, we also rolled ourselves in our mangas and lay down in our barn, but passed a miserable night. The pigs grunted, the mosquitoes sung, a cold air blew in from every corner, and, fortunately, we were not until morning aware of the horrid fact that a whole nest of scorpions, with their tails twisted together, were reposing above our heads in the log wall. Imagine the condition of the unfortunate slumberer on whose devoted head they had descended en masse. In spite of the fragrant orange blossoms, we set off early the next morning. Uruapa. On leaving the fascinating village of Curo, we began to ascend La Cuesta, and travelled slowly 4 leagues of mountain road apparently inaccessible, but the sure-footed horses, though stepping on loose and nearly precipitous rocks, rarely stumbled. The mountain of Curo is volcanic, a chaos of rent rocks, beetling precipices, and masses of lava that have been disgorged from the burning crater. Yet from every crag and crevice of the rock spring the most magnificent trees, twisted with flowering parasites, shrubs of the brightest green, and pale, delicate flowers whose gentle hues seem all out of place in this savage scene. Beside the forest oak and the stern pine, the tree of the white blossoms, the graceful floripundio, seems to seek for shelter and support. Creepers that look like scarlet honeysuckles and flowering vines of every variety of colour hang in bright garlands and festoons, entwining the boughs of the trees, adorning but not concealing the masses of bare rock and the precipitous crag that frowns amidst all this luxury of vegetation. The whole scene is horribly beautiful. As we wound through these picturesque paths, where only one can go at a time, our train stretched out to an immense distance, and the scarlet streamers and lances of the soldiers looked very picturesque, appearing and then vanishing amongst the rocks and trees. At one part, looking back to see the effect, I caught the eye of the robber Morales, glaring with such a frightful expression, that, forgetful of his chains, I whipped up my horse in the greatest consternation over stones and rocks. He and the scene were in perfect unison. At length we came to the end of this extraordinary mountain forest, and after resting the tired horses for a little while, in a grove of pines and yellow acacias, entered the most lovely little wood, a succession of flowers and shrubs, and bright green grass, with vistas of fertile cornfields bordered by fruit trees, a peaceful scene, on which the eye rests with pleasure after passing through these wild volcanic regions. On leaving the woods, the path skirts along by the side of these fields, and leads to the valley where Uruapa, the gem of the Indian villages, lies in tranquil beauty. It has indeed some tolerable streets and a few good houses, but her boast is in the Indian cottages, all so clean and snug and tasteful, and buried in fruit trees. We rode through shady lanes of trees, bending under the weight of oranges, chirimoyas, granaditas, platanos, and every sort of delicious fruit. We found that, through the kindness of Señor Ysasaga, the principal person here, the curate's house had been prepared to receive us, an old unfurnished house next to the church, and at present unoccupied, its owner being absent. We found the whole family extremely kind and agreeable, the father a well informed, pleasant old gentleman, the mother still beautiful, though in bad health, and all the daughters pretty and unaffected. One is married to a brother of Madame Yturbide's. They made many apologies for not inviting us to their own house, which is under repair, but as it is but a few steps off, we shall spend most of our time with them. It seems strange to meet such people in this secluded spot. Yet, peaceful and solitary as it appears, it has not escaped the rage of civil war, having been burnt down 4 different times by insurgents and by Spaniards. Señor Ysasaga, who belongs to Valladolid, has taken an active part in all these revolutions, having been the personal friend and partisan of Hidalgo. His escapes and adventures would fill a volume. I could not help taking one last look of the robbers as we entered this beautiful place, where Morales at least is to be shot. It seemed to me as if they had grown perfectly deathlike. The poor wretches must be tired enough, having come on foot all the way from Pascuaro. 31st. This place is so charming we have determined to pitch our tent in it for a few days. Our intention was to proceed 20 leagues farther, to see the volcano of Jorullo, but as the road is described to us as being entirely devoid of shade, and the heat almost insupportable, with various other difficulties and drawbacks, we have been induced, though with great regret, to abandon the undertaking, which it is as tantalizing to do as it is to reflect that yesterday we were but a short distance from a hill which is but 30 leagues from the Pacific Ocean. In 1813 M.D. Humboldt and M. Bonpland ascended to the crater of this burning mountain, which was formed in September 1759. Its birth was announced by earthquake, which put to flight all the inhabitants of the neighbouring villages, and 3 months after, a terrible eruption burst forth, which filled all the inhabitants with astonishment and terror, and which Humboldt considers one of the most extraordinary physical revolutions that ever took place on the surface of the globe. Flames issued from the earth for the space of more than a square league. Masses of burning rock were thrown to an immense height, and through a thick cloud of ashes, illuminated by the volcanic fire, the whitened crust of the earth was gradually seen swelling up. The ashes even covered the roofs of the houses at Querétaro, 48 leagues distance, and the rivers of San Andrés and Quitumba sank into the burning masses. The flames were seen from Pascuaro, and from the hills of Aguasarca was beheld the birth of this volcanic mountain, the burning offspring of an earthquake, which bursting from the bosom of the earth, changed the whole face of the country for a considerable distance round. And now the glee of the loud hills shake with its mountain mirth, as if they did rejoice o'er a young earthquake's birth. Here the earth returned the salutation and shook, though it was with fearful mirth at the birth of the young volcano. In a letter written at the time of the event to the Bishop of Michoacán by the curate of the neighbouring village, he says that the eruption finished by destroying the hacienda of Jorullo and killing the trees which were thrown down and buried in the sand and ashes vomited by the mountain. The fields and roads were, he says, covered with sand, the crops destroyed, and the flocks perishing for want of food, unable to drink the pestilential water of the mountains. The rivulet that ran past his village was swelled to a mighty river that threatened to inundate it, and he adds that the houses, churches, and hospitals are ready to fall down from the weight of the sand and the ashes, and that the very people are so covered with the sand that they seem to have come out of some sepulchre. The great eruptions of the volcano continued till the following year, but have gradually become rarer, and at present have ceased. Having now brought our journey to its furthest limits, I shall conclude this letter. End of letter the 49th. Letter the 50th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 50th. Indian dresses, saints, music, union of tropical and European vegetation, old customs, falls of the Sararaki, silkworms, Indian painting, beautiful heroine, leave Uruapa, Tziracuaratiro, talkative Indian, alcalde's house, Pascuaro, old church, mosaic work, the lake, the cave, fried fish, rich Indians, convent, Quincho, darkness, Morelia, Alameda, cathedral, silver, waxworks, college, wonderful fleas. Yurimpa, 31st. The dress of the Indian women of Uruapa is pretty, and they are altogether a much cleaner and better looking race than we have yet seen. They wear naguas, a petticoat of black cotton with a narrow white and blue stripe made very full, and rather long; over this a sort of short chemise made of coarse white cotton and embroidered in different coloured silks. It is called the sutunacua. Over all is a black reboso, striped with white and blue, with a handsome silk fringe of the same colours. When they are married, they add a white embroidered veil, and a remarkably pretty coloured mantle, the huepelili, which they seem to pronounce gupili. The hair is divided, and falls down behind in two long plaits, fastened at the top by a bow of ribbon and a flower. In this dress there is no alteration from what they wore in former days, saving that the women of a higher class wore a dress of finer cotton with more embroidery, and a loose garment over all resembling a priest's surplice, when the weather was cold. Among the men the introduction of trousers is Spanish, but they still wear the maitla, a broad belt, with the ends tied before and behind, and the tilmatli, or tilma as they now call it, a sort of short square cloak, the ends of which are tied across the breast or over one's shoulder. It is on a coarse tilma of this description that the image of the Virgin of Guadalupe was found painted. Yesterday being the festival of San Andrés, the Indians were all in full costume and procession, and we went into the old church to see them. They were carrying the saint in very fine robes, the women bearing coloured flags and lighted tapers, and the men playing on violins, flutes, and drums. All had garlands of flowers to hang on the altars, and for these lights and ornaments and silk and tinsel robes they save up all their money. They were playing a pretty air, but I doubt its being original. It was not melancholy and monotonous like the generality of Indian music, but had something wild and gay in it. It was probably Spanish. The organ was played by an Indian. After mass we went upstairs to try it, and wondered how, with such miserable means, he had produced anything like music. In the patio, between the curate's house and the church, are some very brilliant large scarlet flowers, which they call here flor del pastor, the shepherd's flower, a beautiful kind of euphorbia, and in other places flor de nochebuena, the flower of Christmas Eve. Last evening we walked out in the environs of this Garden of Eden by the banks of the river Marquise, amidst a most extraordinary union of tropical and European vegetation, the hills covered with firs, and the plains with sugar cane. We walked amongst bananas, shaddock, chirimoyas, and orange trees, and but a few yards higher up, bending over and almost touching them, were groves of oak and pine. The river pursues its bright unwearied course through this enchanting landscape, now falling in cascades, now winding placidly at the foot of the silent hills and among the dark woods, and in one part forming a most beautiful natural bath, by pouring its waters into an enclosure of large, smooth, flat stones, overshadowed by noble trees. A number of the old Indian customs are still kept up here, modified by the introduction of Christian doctrines, in their marriages, feasts, burials, and superstitious practices. They also preserve the same simplicity in their dress, united with the same vanity and love of show in their ornaments, which always distinguished them. The poorest Indian woman still wears a necklace of red coral, or a dozen rows of red beads, and their dishes are still the jicali, or as they were called by the Spaniards, gicaras, made of a species of gourd, or rather a fruit resembling it, and growing on a low tree, which fruit they cut in two, each one furnishing two dishes. The inside is scooped out and a durable varnish given it by means of a mineral earth of different bright colours, generally red. On the outside they paint flowers, and some of them are also gilded. They are extremely pretty, very durable, and ingenious. The beautiful colours which they employ in painting these gicaras are composed not only of various mineral productions, but of the wood, leaves, and flowers of certain plants of whose properties they have no despicable knowledge. Their own dresses, manufactured by themselves of cotton, are extremely pretty, and many of them very fine. December 1st. We rode out early this morning, and passing through the lanes bordered with fruit trees, and others covered with blossoms of extraordinary beauty, of whose names I only know the floripundio, ascended into the pine woods, fragrant and gay with wild thyme and bright flowers, the river falling in small cascades among the rocks. After riding along these heights for about 2 leagues, we arrived at the edge of a splendid valley of oaks. Here we were obliged to dismount and to make our way on foot down the longest, steepest, and most slippery of paths, winding in rapid descent through the woods, with the prospect of being repaid for our toil by the sight of the celebrated falls of the Sararaqui. After having descended to the foot of the oak-covered mountain, we came to a great enclosure of lofty rocks, prodigious natural bulwarks, through a great cavern in which the river comes thundering and boiling into the valley, forming the great cascade of the Sararaqui, which in the Tarascan language means sieve. It is a very fatiguing descent, but it is worth while to make the whole journey from Mexico to see anything so wildly grand. The falls are from 50 to 60 feet high, and of great volume. The rocks are covered with shrubs and flowers, with small jets of water issuing from every crevice. One lovely flower, that looks as if it were formed of small white and rose-coloured shells, springs out of the stones near the water. There are rattlesnakes among the woods, and wild boars have occasionally been seen. The Señoritas Y, when children, 2 or 3 years ago, wandering among these mountain paths, saw an immense rattlesnake coiled up, and tempted by its gaudy colours, were about to lift it, when it suddenly wakened from its slumber, uncoiled itself, and swiftly glided up the path before them, its rattle sounding all the way up amongst the hills. We sat beside the falls for a long while, looking at the boiling, hissing, bubbling, foaming waters rolling down headlong with such impetuous velocity, that one could hardly believe they form part of the same placid stream, which flows so gently between its banks, when no obstacles oppose it, and at all the little silvery threads of water that formed mimic cascades among the rocks; but at length we were obliged to recommence our toilsome march up the slippery mountain. We were accompanied by several officers, amongst others by the commandant of Uruapa. Señor says that they are at present occupied here at the instigation of a Frenchman named Guinaud, in planting a large collection of mulberry trees, which prosper wonderfully well in this climate, for the propagation of silkworms. But they have no facilities for transport, and at what market could the silk be sold? There are 1,000 improvements wanting here, which would be more profitable than this speculation. They have sugar, corn, maize, minerals, wood, cotton, water for machinery, every valuable and important produce, all requiring their more immediate attention. We had a pleasant ride home, and when we got back amongst the lanes leading to the village, stopped every moment to admire and wonder at the rare and beautiful blossoms on the trees, and pulled branches of flowers off them, more delicate and lovely than the rarest exotics in an English hothouse. This morning the weather was damp and rainy, but in the afternoon we took a long walk, and visited several Indian cottages, all clean, and the walls hung with fresh mats, the floors covered with the same, and all with their kitchen utensils of baked earth neatly hung on the wall, from the largest size in use to little dishes and jarritos in miniature, which are only placed there for ornament. We also went to purchase guitarras, and to see the operation of making and painting them, which is very curious. The flowers are not painted, but inlaid. We were fortunate in procuring a good supply of the prettiest, which cannot be procured anywhere else. We bought a very pretty sutunacua and a black reboso. The women are not at all anxious to sell their dresses, as they make them with great trouble, and preserve them with great care. We had a beautiful walk to the Magdalena, about a mile from the village. Every day we discover new beauties in the environs, and one beauty we saw on entering a small ranch, where they were painting guitarras at a table, while a woman lay in the shaking fever in a bed adjoining, which was quite consistent with the place. This was a lady, the proprietress of a good estate some leagues off, who was seated on her own trunk outside the door of the rancho. She was a beautiful woman in her prime, the gentleman said passée, and perhaps at 18 she may have been more charming still, but now she was a model for a Judith, or rather for a Joan of Arc, even though sitting on her own luggage. She was very fair, with large black eyes, long eyelashes, and a profusion of hair as black as jet. Her teeth were literally dazzling, her lips like the reddest coral, her colour glowing as the down upon a ripe peach. Her figure was tall and full, with small, beautifully formed hands and fine arms. She rose as we came in, and begged us to be seated on a bench near the door, and with the unceremonious of travellers who meet in outlandish places, we entered into conversation with her. She told us her name and her motives for travelling, and gave us an account of an adventure she had had with the robbers, of which she was well fitted to be the heroine. It appears that she was travelling with her two sons, lads of 15 and 16, when they arrived at this rancho to rest for the night, for by this time you will understand that those who travel hereabouts must trust to chance or to hospitality for a night's lodging. To their surprise, they found the farmers gone, their dogs gone, and the house locked. They had no alternative but to rest as they could among their luggage and mules, in the yard in front of the house. In the middle of the night they were attacked by robbers. The boys instantly took their guns and fired, but without effect. Still, in the darkness, the robbers probably imagined that they were more people and more arms, and when she, dragging a loaded musket off one of the horses, prepared to join in the engagement, the cowardly ruffians took flight, a good half a dozen before a woman and two boys. She was particularly indignant at the farmers, these malditos rancheros, as she called them, who she said had been bribed or frightened into withdrawing their dogs and themselves. We returned home after a long walk in the dark, and in the midst of all the howling, yelping, snarling, barking dogs, which rushed out as we went by, from every cottage in Uruapa. After supper they sent for a clever Indian girl who understands Spanish as well as her native idiom, and who translated various Castilian words for us into the original Tarascan, which sounds very liquid and harmonious. Tomorrow we shall leave Uruapa and this hospitable family whose kindness and attention to us we never can forget. It seems incredible that we have only known them a few days. We have, however, the hopes of seeing them again as we pass through Valladolid, where they intend removing in a few days. Pascuaro, 4th December. We left Uruapa yesterday morning at 11 o'clock, accompanied part of the way by Señor Ysasaga and another gentleman, amongst whom was Madame Iturbire's brother. We are now returning to Morelia, but avoided Curu and the rocks, both to save our animals and for the sake of variety. We rode through large tracts of land, all belonging to the Indians. The day was agreeable and cloudy, and the road, as usual, led us through beautiful scenery, monotonous in description and full of variety in fact. Though nearly uninhabited and almost entirely uncultivated, it has pleased nature to lavish so much beauty on this part of the country, that there is nothing melancholy in its aspect, no feeling of dreariness in riding a whole day, league after league, without seeing a trace of human life. These forest paths always appear as if they must, in time, lead to some habitation. The woods, the groves, the clumps of trees seem as if they had been disposed, or at least beautified by the hand of art. We cannot look on these smiling and flowery valleys and believe that such lovely scenes are always untenanted, that there are no children occasionally picking up these apricots, no village girls to pluck these bright fragrant flowers. We fancy that they are out in the fields and will be there in the evening, and that their hamlet is hid behind the slope of the next hill, and it is only when we come to some Indian hut or cluster of poor cabins in the wilderness that we are startled by the conviction that this enchanting variety of hill and plain, wood and water, is for the most part unseen by human eye and untrod by human footsteps. We had no further adventure during this day's journey than buying bread and cheese from sheer hunger at a little wooden tavern by the roadside, whose shelves were covered with glittering rows of bottles of brandy and mezcal. At some of the Indian huts also we bought various branches of platanos, that most useful of fruits and basis of the food of the poor inhabitants of all the tropical climates. It has been said that the banana is not indigenous in America, and that it was brought over by a friar to Santo Domingo. If so, its adopted country agrees with it better than its native land, but I believe there are many traditions which go to prove that it did already exist in this hemisphere before the 16th century, and that the Spaniards did no more than increase the number of the already indigenous species. Its nutritive qualities and the wonderful facility with which it is propagated render it at once the most useful of trees and the greatest possible incentive to indolence. In less than 1 year after it is planted the fruit may be gathered, and the proprietor has but to cut away the old stems and leave a sucker which will produce fruit 3 months after. There are different sorts of bananas, and they are used in different ways: fresh, dried, fried, etc. The dried plantain, a great branch of trade in Michoacán, with its black shriveled skin and flavour of smoked fish or ham, is exceedingly liked by the natives. It is, of all Mexican articles of food, my peculiar aversion. About 4 o'clock we arrived at the small village of Tziracuaratiro, a collection of Indian cottages, with little gardens surrounded by orange and all manner of fruit trees. As we had still 1 or 2 hours of daylight, and this was our next halting place, we wandered forth on foot to explore the environs, and found a beautiful shady spot, a grassy knoll sheltered by the surrounding woods, where we sat down to rest and to inhale the balmy air, fragrant with orange blossoms. We were amused by a sly-looking Indian, of whom C n asked some questions, and who was exceedingly talkative, giving us an account of his whole ménage, and especially praising beyond measure his own exemplary conduct to his wife, from which I inferred that he beats her, as indeed all Indians consider it their particular privilege to do. And an Indian woman who complained to a padre of her husband's neglect, mentioned as the crowning proof of his utter abandonment of her, that he had not given her a beating for a whole fortnight. Some one asked him if he allowed his wife to govern him. "Oh, no," said he, "that would be the mule leading the arriero." There was nothing to be seen in the village, of which it hardly deserves the name, but a good-looking old church, which 2 old women were sweeping out. But they told us they rarely had mass there, as the padre lived a long way off. The alcalde permitted us and our escort to occupy his house, consisting of 3 empty rooms with mud floors, and about 7 the next morning we were again on horseback, and again en route for Pascuaro, a pretty ride of 11 or 12 leagues. We breakfasted at the village of Ajuna, in a clean hut, where they gave us quantities of tortillas and chile, baked by some very handsome tortilleras. A number of women were carrying about a virgin all covered with flowers, to the sound of a little bell. It was about 4 o'clock when we arrived at the hills near Pascuaro. Here we dismounted from our horses, and remained till it was nearly dusk, laying on the grass and gazing on the lake, as the shadows of evening stole slowly over its silver waters. Little by little the green islands became indistinct, a gray vapour concealed the opposite shores, and like a light breath spread gradually over the mirrored surface of the lake. Then we remounted our horses and rode down to Pascuaro, where we found the Señor H a as before ready to receive us, and where, our mules being disabled, we proposed remaining 1 or 2 days. 5th. We have been spending a quiet day in Pascuaro, and went to mass in the old church, which is handsome and rich in gilding. At the door is printed in large letters, "For the love of God, all good Christians are requested not to spit in this holy place." If we might judge from the observation of one morning, I should say that the better classes in Pascuaro are fairer and have more colour than is general in Mexico; and if this is so, it may be owing partly to the climate being cooler and damper, and partly to their taking more exercise, there being no carriages here, whereas in Mexico no family of any importance can avoid having one. We were very anxious to see some specimens of that mosaic work which all ancient writers upon Mexico have celebrated, and which was nowhere brought to such perfection as in Pascuaro. It was made with the most beautiful and delicate feathers, chiefly of the picaflores, the hummingbirds, which they called Huitzitailin; but we are told that it is now upwards of 20 years since the last artist in this branch lived in Pascuaro, and though it is imitated by the nuns, the art is no longer in the state of perfection to which it was brought in the days of Cortes. We are told that several persons were employed in each painting, and that it was a work requiring extraordinary patience and nicety in the blending of the colours and in the arrangement of the feathers. The sketch of the figure was first made, and the proportions being measured, each artist took charge of one particular part of the figure or of the drapery. When each had finished his share, all the different parts were reunited to form the picture. The feathers were first taken up with some soft substance with the utmost care, and fastened with a glutinous matter upon a piece of stuff; then the different parts being reunited were placed on a plate of copper, and gently polished till the surface became quite equal, when they appeared like the most beautiful paintings, or according to these writers, more beautiful from the splendour and liveliness of the colours, the bright golden and blue and crimson tints, than the paintings which they imitated. Many were sent to Spain and to different museums both in Europe and Mexico, but the art is now nearly lost, nor does it belong to the present utilitarian age. Our forefathers had more leisure than we, and probably we have more than our descendants will have, who for aught we know may, by extra high pressure, be able to put a girdle round about the earth in 40 minutes. We, however, saw some few specimens of saints and angels, very defective in the sketch, but beautiful in the colouring, and quite sufficient to prove to us that there was no exaggeration in these accounts. 7th. We rode yesterday to the shores of the lake, where we embarked in a long canoe, formed of the hollow trunk of a tree, and rowed by Indians, a peculiarly ugly race, with Tartar-looking faces. The lake was very placid, clear as one vast mirror, and covered with thousands of wild ducks, white egrets, cranes, and herons, all those waterfowl who seem to whiten their plumage by constant dipping in pools and marshes and lakes. On the opposite shore to the right lay the city of Tzinzuntzan, and on a beautiful island in the midst of the lake the village of Janicho, entirely peopled by Indians, who mingle little with the dwellers on the mainland, and have preserved their originality more than any we have yet seen. We were accompanied by the prefect of Pascuaro, whom the Indians fear and hate in equal ratio, and who did seem a sort of Indian, Mr. Bumble, and after a long and pleasant row, we landed at the island, where we were received by the village alcalde, a half-caste Indian, who sported a pair of bright blue merino pantaloons, I suppose, to distinguish himself from his blanketed brethren. The island is entirely surrounded by a natural screen of willow and ash trees, and the village consists of a few scattered houses, with small cultivated patches of ground, the alcalde's house, and an old church. We walked, or rather climbed, all over the island, which is hilly and rocky, and found several great stones entirely covered with the ancient carving. Moved by curiosity, we entered various caverns where idols have been found, and amongst others one large cave, which we had no sooner groped our way into than I nearly fell down suffocated by the horrible and most pestilential atmosphere. It appears that it is the sleeping place of all the bats in the island, and Heaven forbid that I should ever again enter a bat's bedchamber. I groped my way out again as fast as possible, heedless of idols and all other antiquities, seized a cigarito from the hand of the astonished prefect, who was wisely smoking at the entrance, lighted it and inhaled the smoke, which seemed more fragrant than violets after the stifling and most unearthly odour. The chief food of these islanders, besides the gourds and other vegetables which they cultivate, is the white fish, for which the lake is celebrated, and while we were exploring the island, the Indians set off in their canoes to catch some for us. These were fried at the alcalde's, and we made a breakfast upon them which would have rejoiced the heart of an epicure. We then went to visit the church, and though the cottages are poor, the church is, as usual, handsome. Amongst other curiosities, there is a Virgin, entirely covered with Indian embroidery. The organist's place is hereditary in an Indian family, descending from father to son. The long-haired Indian who played it for us has such a gentle expression and beardless face that he looks like a very young woman. Some of the Indians here are very rich and bury their money, and one, called Agustin Campos, who has beautified the church as we read, on an inscription carved on a stone outside, has $30,000, is much respected, and has the addition of Don to his name, yet wears a coarse blanket like his fellow men. We stayed some hours on the island, and went into some of the huts, where the women were baking tortillas, one Indian custom at least, which has descended to these days without variation. They first cook the grain in water with a little lime, and when it is soft, peel off the skin, then grind it on a large block of stone, the metate, or as the Indians, who know best, call it, the metadl. For the purpose of grinding it, they use a sort of stone roller with which it is crushed and rolled into a bowl placed below the stone. They then take some of this paste and clap it between their hands till they form it into light round cakes, which are afterwards toasted on a smooth plate called the comalili, comal they call it in Mexico, and which ought to be eaten as hot as possible. On our return we had the variety of a slight storm, which ruffled the placid surface of the lake, and caused the rowers to exert all their strength to bring the canoe to port before it should become more violent. This morning we walked all through Pascuaro, which can boast of many good houses, a square and portales, and ended by going to visit the convent of Santa Catarina. We saw some of the nuns, who wear white dresses, and instead of veils the black Indian rebozo. They were common-looking women, and not very amiable in their manners, but we did not go further than the outside entry. On our return we met a remarkable baby in arms, wearing an enormous white satin turban, with a large plume of white feathers on one side, balanced on the other by huge bunches of yellow ribbons and pink roses. It also wore two robes, a short and a long one, both trimmed all round with large plaitings of yellow satin ribbon. It was evidently very much admired as it passed along. To-morrow, our mules having recovered, we set off for Valladolid. Valladolid, 9th. About 7:30 we left Pascuaro, which, considering that we had a long day's journey before us, was scarce nearly enough. We regretted very much taking leave of the Señora H a, who has been so kind to us, and whom we can certainly never hope to see again. I observe that in these long days' journeys we generally set off in silence, and sometimes ride on for hours without exchanging a word. Towards the middle of the day we grow more talkative, and again towards evening we relapse into quiet. I suppose it is that in the morning we are sleepy, and towards evening begin to grow tired, feeling sociable about 9 o'clock A.M., and not able to talk for a longer period than 8 or 10 hours. It was about 4 in the afternoon when we reached Quincho, where we were welcomed by the damsels of the baths, whose father is now still more of an invalid than before. It is a lonely life that these poor girls lead here, nor should I think their position a very secure one. Their poverty, however, is a safeguard to a certain extent, and there are few robbers in this country in the style of Morales. We were tempted to stop here and take a bath, in consequence of which it was dark when we set off for Morelia. The horses, unable to see, took enormous leaps over every little streamlet and ditch, so that we seemed to be riding a steeplechase in the dark. Our gowns caught upon the thorny bushes, and our journey might have been traced by the tatters we left behind us. At length we rode the wrong way up a stony hill, which led us to a wretched little village of about 30 huts, each having 10 dogs on an average, according to the laudable custom of the Indians. Out they all rushed simultaneously, yelping like 300 demons, biting the horses' feet and springing round us. Between this canine concert, the kicking of the horses, the roar of a waterfall close beside us, the shouting of people telling us to come back, and the pitch darkness, I thought we should all have gone distracted. We did, however, make our way out from amongst the dogs, redescended the stony hill, the horses leaping over various streamlets that crossed their path, turned into the right road, and entered the gates of Morelia without further adventure between 9 and 10 o'clock. Morelia, 11th. We have passed the last few days very agreeable in this beautiful city, seeing everything worthy of notice, and greatly admiring the wide and airy streets, the fine houses, the handsome public buildings, but especially the cathedral, the college, and the churches. It has also a fine square, with broad piazzas occupying 3 of its sides, while the cathedral bounds it to the east. There is a crowded market in the plaza, and a fine display of fruit and vegetables. The population is said to be a little upwards of 15,000, but one would suppose it to be much greater. Living and house rent is so cheap here, that a family who could barely exist upon their means in Mexico, may enjoy every luxury in Valladolid. The climate is delightful, and there is something extremely cheerful in the aspect of the city, in which it differs greatly from Toluca. We received visits from various Morelians, amongst others from Don Cayetano Gomez, the proprietor of San Bartolo. We went one evening to the Alameda, a broad straight walk paved with flat stones, shaded by fine trees, under which are stone benches, and bounded by a low stone wall. Several ladies were sitting there, whom we joined, and amongst others, a remarkably pretty Poblana, married into the Gomez family. The Alameda is crossed by a fine aqueduct of solid masonry, with light and elegant arches. We drove to the Paseo, a broad shady road, where we met but few carriages, and the same evening we went out on foot to enjoy the music of a very good military band, which plays occasionally for the amusement of the citizens. It is not to be supposed that, when Mexico can boast of so little society, there should be much in a provincial town; besides, the city has the pretension of being divided into cliques, and there are first people and second-rate people, and families in our set, and so on, so that some of the ladies being musicians, one set will get up a concert, another a rival concert, and there not being a sufficient musical society to fill 2 concerts, both fall to the ground. There is a neat little theatre, but at present no company. Some of the houses are as handsome as any in Mexico, but there is no city which has fallen off so much since the independence as Morelia, according to the accounts given us by the most respectable persons. We had a visit from the bishop, Señor Portugal, one of the most distinguished men here, or in fact in the whole Republic of Mexico. A man of great learning, gentle and amiable in his manners, and in his life a model of virtue and holiness. He was in the cabinet when Santa Anna was president, concerning which circumstance an amusing story was told us, for the correctness of which I do not vouch, but the narrator, a respectable citizen here, certainly believed it. Señor Portugal had gone by appointment to see the president on some important business, and they had but just begun their consultation when Santa Anna rose and left the room. The Minister waited, the president did not return. The time passed on, and still the Minister continued expecting him, until at length he inquired of an aide de camp in waiting if he could inform him how soon the president might be expected back. "I hardly know," said the officer, "for his Excellency has gone to visit Cola de Plata" (Silver Tail). "And who may Cola de Plata be?" said the Minister. "A favourite cock of his Excellency's, wounded this morning in a fight which he won, and to whose care he is now personally attending." The bishop soon after sent in his resignation. Accompanied by several of our friends, including one of the canons of the cathedral, we visited that splendid building the second day of our arrival. It is still wonderfully rich, notwithstanding that silver to the amount of 32,000 marks has been taken from it during the civil wars. The high altar is dazzling with gold and silver, the railing which leads from it to the choir is of pure silver, with pillars of the same metal. The two pulpits, with their stairs, are also covered with silver, and the general ornaments, though numerous and rich, are disposed with good taste, are kept in order, and having nothing tawdry or loaded in their general effect. The choir itself is extremely beautiful, so also is the carved screen before the organ, the doors of the first being of solid silver, and those of the other of richly carved wood. There is also an immense silver font, and superb lamps of silver. We particularly admired some fine paintings, chiefly by Cabrera, and especially a Madonna and Child, in which there is that most divine expression in the face of the Virgin, the blending of maternal love with awe for the divinity of the Child. 4 of these paintings, it is said, were sent here by a Spanish king as far back as Philip II. These 4 are colossal in size, and are finely painted, but little cared for or appreciated, and placed in a bad light. We were shown 2 saints sent from Rome, loaded with false jewels, but carefully preserved in their respective shrines. All the holy vessels and priests' dresses and jewels were taken out for our inspection. The sacramental custodia cost $32,000, and the richest of the dresses $8,000. There is a lamb made of 1 pearl, the fleece and head of silver, the pearl of great size and value. We toiled up through winding staircases to the belfry, and it required the beautiful and extensive landscape spread out before us to compensate us for this most fatiguing ascent. The bells are of copper and very sonorous. The canonijo pointed out to us all the different sites which had been the scenes of bloody battles during the Revolutionary War. The facilities for obtaining provisions, and the mountainous character of the country, are amongst the causes that have rendered this province the theatre of civil war. The padre afterwards took us into a large apartment, a sort of office, hung round with the portraits of all the bishops of Michoacán, one bearing so striking a resemblance to our friend Don Francisco Tagle that we were not surprised to find that it was in fact the portrait of one of his family, who had occupied the episcopal see of Michoacán, and below it were the Tagle arms, referring to some traditionary exploit of their ancestors. They represent a knight killing a serpent, and the motto is Tagle que la serpiente mató y con la princesa casó. Tagle, who killed the serpent and married the princess. The same evening we visited a lady who possesses a most singular and curious collection of works in wax, and more extraordinary still, they are all her own workmanship. Every fruit and every vegetable production is represented by her with a fidelity which makes it impossible to distinguish between her imitations and the works of nature. Plates with bread, radishes and fish, dishes of fowls and chile and eggs, baskets full of the most delicious looking fruit, lettuces, beans, carrots, tomatoes, etc., all are copied with the most extraordinary exactness. But her figures show much greater talent. There are groups for which an amateur might offer any price, could she be prevailed upon to offer these masterpieces for sale. There is a Poblana peasant on horseback before a ranchero, looking back at him with the most coquettish expression. Her dress perfection, from the straw hat that half shades her features, to the beautiful little ankle and foot in the white satin shoe, the short embroidered petticoat, and the rebozo thrown over one shoulder. A handsome Indian selling pulque and brandy in her little shop, with every variety of liquor temptingly displayed in rows of shining bottles, to her customers. The grouping and colouring perfect, and the whole interior arrangement of the shop imitated with the most perfect exactness. There is also a horrid representation, frightfully correct, of a dead body in a state of corruption, which it makes one sick to look at, and which it is inconceivable that any one can have had pleasure in executing. In short, there is scarcely anything in nature upon which her talent has not exercised itself. Yesterday we visited the Seminario or college, a fine spacious old building kept in good repair. The rector conducted us over the whole establishment. There is a small, well chosen library containing all the most classic works in Spanish, German, French, and English, and a larger library containing Greek and Latin authors, theological works, etc. A large hall with chemical and other scientific apparatus, and a small chapel, where there is a beautiful piece of sculpture in wood, the San Pedro, by a young man, a native of Valladolid, so exquisitely wrought that one cannot but regret that such a genius should be buried here, should not at least have the advantage of some years' study in Italy, where he might become a second Canova. One must visit these distant cities and see these great establishments to be fully aware of all that the Spaniards bestowed upon their colonies, and also to be convinced of the regret for former times which is felt amongst the most distinguished men of the republic, in fact by all who are old enough to compare what has been with what is. I ought not to omit, in talking of the natural productions of Valladolid, to mention that it is famous for fleas. We have been alarmed by the miraculous stories related to us of these vivacious animals, and were rejoiced to find ourselves in a house from which, by dint of extreme care, they are banished. But in the inns and inferior houses they are said to be a perfect pestilence, sometimes literally walking away with a piece of matting upon the floor, and covering the walls in myriads. The nuns, it is said, are or were in the habit of harnessing them to little carriages, and of showing them off by their ingenious devices. We rode out in the evening to meet our friends from Uruapa, who were expected to arrive yesterday. I upon a very formidable and handsome cavalry horse, rather above his work, which some expected to run away, and others to throw me off, at which might have done both, but being a noble creature, did neither. We did not meet our friends, who, having been delayed on the road, only arrived this evening. We have therefore decided to remain here till to-morrow afternoon, when we shall continue our journey homewards by San Bartolo. End of letter the 50th. Letter the 51st of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 51st. San Bartolo, Mass Market. Rancheros, San Andrés, Insanity. Rancho, House of Don Carlos Hamburger. Wild scenery, German songs, Las Mias, leave-taking, storm, rainbow, El Pilar, La Gambia, Toluca, news, copper, pronunciamiento, return to Mexico, General Moran, funeral obsequies, new theatre, Cox Mass, Santa Clara, Santa Fe prisoners, New Year. Anhangueo, 14th. After taking leave of all our hospitable friends in Morelia, we set off in the afternoon and had a delightful ride to San Bartolo. Fortunately, the following day, Sunday, was that of the Virgin of Guadalupe, one of the greatest festivals here, so that we had an opportunity of seeing all the people from the different villages, who arrived in the courtyard by daybreak and held a market in front of the hacienda. Various were the articles for sale, and picturesque the dresses of the sellers. From cakes, chile, atole, and ground nuts, to rebosos and bead rosaries, nothing was omitted. In one part of the market the sturdy rancheros were drinking pulque and devouring hot cakes. In another, little boys were bargaining for nuts and bananas. Countrywomen were offering low prices for smart rebosos. An Indian woman was recommending a comb, with every term of endearment, to a young country girl who seemed perfectly ignorant of its use, assuring her customer that it was an instrument for unraveling the hair, and making it beautiful and shining, and enforcing her argument by combing through some of the girl's tangled locks. Before breakfast we went to mass in the large chapel of the hacienda. We and the family went to the choir, and the body of the chapel was filled with rancheros and their wives. It is impossible to see anywhere a finer race of men than these rancheros, tall, strong, and well made, with their embroidered shirts, coarse sarapes, and dark blue pantaloons embroidered in gold. After mass the marketing recommenced, and the rebosos had a brisk sale. A number were brought by the men for their wives, or novias, at home, which reminds me of a story of 's, of a poor Indian woman in their village who desired her husband to buy a petticoat for her in Mexico, where he was going to sell his vegetables. She particularly impressed upon him that she wished it to be the color of the sky, which at sunrise, when he was setting off, was of a flaming red. He returned in the evening, bringing to her great indignation a petticoat of a dusky gray, which happened to be the color of the sky when he made his purchase. In the evening we drove through the fields, the servants and the young master of the house amusing themselves as they went by the chasing and collier of the bulls. They have one small, ugly, yellow-colored bull, which they call tame, and which the mozos ride familiarly. They persuaded me to try this novel species of riding, a man holding the animal's head with a rope, but I thought that it tossed its horns in a most uncomfortable and alarming manner, and very soon slipped off. We stopped during our ride at a house where the proprietors make a small fortune by the produce of their numerous beehives, and walked along the banks of a fine clear river, winding through beautiful and verdant groves. The next morning, by 6 o'clock, we were again on horseback, and took leave of San Bartolo. We rode by Indamparapeo, a considerable village, with sloping shingle roofs, and about 10 reached Queréndaro, breakfasted with Señor Pimentel, and then continued our journey towards San Andrés, where we were to pass the night. We had a horse with us which occasionally fell down on the road, shivering all over, groaning, and apparently dying, but which had twice recovered from these fits. But this day, having stopped beside a running stream to water our horses, the unfortunate beast fell again, and when we had remounted and were riding forward, a servant galloped after us to tell us that the horse was dead at last, so we left him to his lonely grave by the river's side. Great therefore was our amazement when, some time after, we perceived him trotting along the road at a great rate, in pursuit of his party, apparently quite recovered. We passed the night at San Andrés, a poor venta, but clean, consisting of 3 empty rooms, a spirit shop, and a kitchen. Our escort slept in the piazza, rolled in their sarapes. Our beds were stuck up in the empty rooms, and we got some supper upon fowl and tortillas. We were interested by the melancholy air of a poor woman who sat aloof on the piazza, uncared for, and noticing no one. We spoke to her, and found that she was insane, wandering from village to village, and subsisting on charity. She seemed gentle and harmless, but the very picture of misery, and quite alone in the world, having lost all her family. But God tempers the wind to the shorn lamb. We saw her again in the morning, before we set off, and saw her get some breakfast in the kitchen. The poor people of the venta seemed kind to her. They who dwell in comfortable houses, surrounded by troops of friends, and who repine at their lot, would do well to compare it with that of such a being. This morning we left San Andrés, and have had a pleasant ride, in spite of a hard trotting horse, which fell to my lot. Impossible to conceive more beautiful scenery than that which we passed through today. Some of the hills have a singular formation, each large hill appearing composed of a variety of smaller ones, of a pyramidal shape. We rode through Taximaroa without stopping, and breakfasted at a rancho where the whole family were exceedingly handsome. The ranchero himself was a model for a fine looking farmer, hospitable and well bred, knowing his place, yet without any servility. The rancherita who was engaged in the kitchen was so handsome that we made every possible excuse for going to look at her. About 4 o'clock we once more crossed the hills, and came down upon the plains by which we left Anhuangueo, and passed over a river as red as blood, that looked as if hostile armies had been engaged in fierce combat by its banks, and their bodies rolled in the tide. This ensanguined hue is, however, caused not by warlike steel, but by peaceful copper; not peaceful in its effects, by the way, at this moment, for the whole country, more or less, is in commotion on the subject of copper coin. You must know that some few years ago the value of copper was suddenly reduced by law to one half, causing a great loss to all, but much distress to the poor. The intrinsic value of the copper, however, bore so little relation to the value given to it, that it was a very productive business to counterfeit it, of which many unprincipled individuals availed themselves to such an extent, that it had almost become an openly exercised branch of industry all through the republic. When Santa Anna became provisional president, he ordered that all the copper coin, whose currency was now reduced to 6 or 8% below par, should be given in to certain deposits which he named, promising to repay it in genuine coin of real value. But this naturally caused a still greater depreciation, bringing it down as low as 60%, and still greater discontent, the people having little faith in the promise, and, in fact, the payment could not be made at the appointed time, because there were not sufficient coining machines, and, as the few new cents that did circulate were said not to contain their real value, the distress became greater than ever. The merchants refused to receive copper, and there was no silver or small change. In the meantime, in many of the large haciendas, the proprietors have given checks to the workmen, with which they have been able to buy what they required at the shops, which are attached to these haciendas. The amount of the copper in circulation cannot be calculated, for it is almost all counterfeit. It is supposed, however, to be at least from 8 to 9 millions of dollars. You may easily imagine the fortunes that will be made, and as they say are being made, by those of the government party, who are buying up for 60 what will be paid them by favour of the government at the rate of 100. We rode up the hills that lead to the house of Don Carlos Heimberger, and were again hospitably received by him and his German friends. Nothing can have a finer effect than the view from the piazza of his house in the evening, looking down upon the valley. The piazza itself has a screen of green creepers, which have the effect of a curtain of a theatre half drawn up. Behind the house rises a dark frowning hill in the form of a pyramid. In front is the deep ravine with the huts of the workmen, and while the moon throws her quivering beams over the landscape, the metallic fires of livid blue light up the valley. There is something wild and diabolic in the scene, and as the wind howls round the valley with a dismal sound, it seems as if one were looking on at some unholy magical incantation, so that it is pleasant to return after a while to the comfortable rooms and cheerful fires within, which have so homely and domestic an air. We hope to spend tomorrow here, and the following day to go on to Toluca, from whence I shall continue my letter. Toluca, 19th. The next day we visited the works, which are like all others, excepting that here they do not use quicksilver to extract the silver from the lead, but do so by the process of oxidation by the means of a reverberatory furnace. The people generally have an unhealthy appearance, as nearly all have who are engaged in these works, the air being loaded with particles of metal. After visiting the mills and the sheds where the process of oxidation is carried on, and admiring the metallic riches of these mountains, we left the hot and poisoned atmosphere and walked up the mountains, clothed with a hardy vegetation, with every noble tree and flowering shrub, and pursued our course till we came to a fine waterfall, which plunges from a great height over the gigantic rocks. The scenery here is rude and wild. The great rocks are covered with hardy trees, the pine, the cedar, the oak, and the flowering laurel. The river, after dashing down in this noble cascade, runs brawling amongst the forest-clothed hills, till it reaches the plains and flows on placidly. We spent an agreeable day wandering amongst the mountains, and when we returned sat on the piazza to watch the moon as her broad disk rose over the valley, and the fierce blue lights that made her mild fires grow pale. All Germans are musical, and the gentlemen in this house did not belie the national reputation. After dinner, a bright fire blazing, doors and windows shutting out the cold air that whistled along the hills, they struck up in chorus some of the finest national airs, particularly the hymn to the Rhine, so that it seemed an illusion that we were in this wild mining district, inhabited only by the poorest Indians, and we were transported thousands of miles off, across the broad Atlantic, even to the land where the castled crag of Drachenfels frowns o'er the broad and winding Rhine. We also amused ourselves by examining Madame B.'s album, and if those milk and water volumes belonging to young ladies, where young gentlemen write prettinesses, he called albums, some other name should be found for a book, where some of the most distinguished artists in Germany have left proofs of their talent, and where there is not one page which does not contain something striking and original. Nothing pleased me so much as the fanciful illustration of the beautiful legend of Lorelei, which Madame B. read to us with great feeling. We became too comfortable here for hardy equestrian travellers, and had we stayed much longer, should have begun to complain of tough fowls, beds in barns, and other inconveniences which we had hitherto laughed at. But we tore ourselves away from our Capua, and on the morning of the 16th set off for El Pilar. Don Carlos Heimberger, M. and Madame B., etc., accompanied us for 7 leagues, all through the woods. We had a delightful ride; the day was cool and cloudy, and we were, besides, constantly shaded by the noble forest trees. But we had not reached Las Millas before the sky was overcast, the clouds became black and gloomy, and at length broke out in rain. We galloped fast, for the day, besides being rainy, was cold, and in the afternoon reached Las Millas. Here we breakfasted in the little portico, which we preferred to the interior of the cottage, chiefly upon tortillas and boiled tejocotes, a fruit which grows in great abundance, and resembles a small apple. Here again were 2 Indian girls of admirable beauty, dans le genre, baking tortillas. We were now obliged to part from our kind German friends and to ride across the plains, but had not gone more than halfway when the clouds burst forth in torrents, pouring their fury on our devoted heads, so that in 5 minutes we were all drenched as if we had fallen into a river. We took shelter for a little while under a solitary spreading tree, but the storm increased in violence, and it was advisable to gallop forwards, in order to arrive at El Pilar before it became dark. Suddenly the most beautiful rainbow I ever beheld smiled out from amongst the watery clouds. It formed a complete and well-defined arch of the most brilliant colours in the heavens, reflected by another on the plains, which, uniting with it, blended its fainter hues with the light of the heavenly bow. We arrived at El Pilar, tired and drenched, and greatly in need of the hospitable reception which was given to us by its mistress. The following morning we set off early for La Gabia, feeling some regret that our journey was drawing to a close. Some of us who rode in front found ourselves surrounded by several suspicious-looking, well-armed men on horseback, who, under pretence of asking some questions, rode very close to us, and then stopped and faced round on their horses, but there was no danger, our escort being at a short distance, and when they observed its approach, they bestowed no further attention upon us. Don Xavier Hechavarria had returned to Mexico, but we were cordially welcomed by his brother-in-law, Don Manuel Querospe, and so kindly pressed to remain some days that nothing but our limited time would have induced us to set off next morning for Toluca. Here we arrived last night, having performed our journey by a different and more agreeable road than that of the 300 barrancas. We entered Toluca by moonlight, and found that respectable city all in commotion on the subject of copper, presenting a very different aspect from the quiet and conventual air of repose which distinguished it little more than a month ago. Yesterday, Colonel Y, who had accompanied us during all this journey, left us to return to Michoacán, having thus brought us back in safety to the point from which we started. We are spending a very tiresome day in the inn, which, however, is a more decent place, and belongs to a better line of coaches than the other. We have been enlivened by several visits, amongst others from the commandant and from an aide de camp of General Valencia's. For the first time since we left it, we have news from Mexico. Santa Anna Ditaon is now dictator of king in all but the name, affecting more than royal pomp, yet endeavouring by his affability to render himself popular. Above all, he has made known his determination of not seizing an inch of ground belonging to the clergy, which seizure of church property was the favourite idea of Paredes and the progresistas. This resolution he has not printed, probably in order not to disgust that party, but his personal declaration to the archbishop and the padres of the Profesa, and in a letter to the Bishop of Puebla, is, that he will not only leave their property untouched, but that, were he out of power, he would draw his sword in their defence, for that, good or bad, he is a sincere Catholic. This has done so much to establish him in the good opinion of the clergy, and it is said that in every convent in Mexico, monks and nuns are now wearying heaven with prayers in his behalf. In short, the conquerors and the conquered, those of the progress and those of the dictatorship, seem all, barring a few noble exceptions, actuated by one motive, personal interest. Count C a is restored to the command of his battalion del Comercio, which has been re-established, it having deserted to the federalists in the last revolution. It appears that the president's favourite plan is to have 30,000 men under arms, and there is little doubt that he will bring this about. 16 new generals have been created, and General Tornel is made a general of division. The Señora V a has given a ball, at which she and other ladies appeared with trains, rehearsing, as it would seem, before the court drawing rooms. I was told, and by good authority, that the present sent by Santa Anna to the lady of the commander in chief on her birthday, was a box containing 3 generals' belts, with a request that she would bestow them on those whom she considered most deserving of them, and that the lady herself buckled the sashes on her favourite knights in her own boudoir. This was valour rewarded by the hand of beauty, and thus should desert in arms be crowned. Meanwhile, the master of the house presents himself with a disturbed and gloomy countenance, and doubts much whether we can have any dinner to-day, because no one will sell anything, either for copper or silver; moreover, hints darkly that they expect a copper pronunciamiento to-morrow, and observes that the shops are shut up. Since we could get no dinner, we went out to take a walk, and methinks the Tolucanos have a fierce and agitated aspect. We attempted to go to mass this morning, but there was a congregation of léperos, who filled not only the church, but the whole enclosure and the street beyond, so that we could not even approach the church door. Unfortunately, we cannot get a diligence until the 21st. They have brought us at last, I will not say dinner, but something to eat. 20th. This morning the firing of squibs, the beating of drums, the shouting and confusion on the streets, announced that the ragamuffin population of Toluca had turned out, and going to the balcony I very nearly received the salutation of a sky rocket in my eye. Orders have been given out by the alcalde that copper shall be received in payment by the merchants, some of whom have declared they will only receive silver. A large mob has collected before the alcalde's door with shouts of "Viva la plata! Muerta el cobre!" (Long live silver, death to copper!), apostrophizing these useful metals as if they were 2 generals. The merchants have issued a declaration that during 3 days only they will sell their goods for copper, of course at an immense advantage to themselves. The Indians and the poorer classes are now rushing to the shops and buying goods, receiving in return for their copper about half its value. If Santa Anna keeps his word, the patriotism of the merchants will be rewarded. C n has just had a visit from one of the merchants who wishes his conduct to be represented in a proper light in Mexico. Mexico, 22nd. With much joy we stepped into the diligence early yesterday morning, accompanied by the commandant of Toluca, and retraced our road to Mexico; for though Toluca is a fine city, with clean airy houses, wide well paved streets, and picturesque in its situation, there is something sad and deserted in its appearance, an air of stagnation that weighs upon the spirits, and the specimens we have seen of its lower orders are not inviting. We had rather an agreeable journey, as the day was cool, and we had the diligence to ourselves. We breakfasted again at Guajimalpa, took leave of the interesting Itzcuintepotzotli, still hanging from its hook, and again ascended the eminence from which Mexico suddenly bursts upon the view, and after a short absence with all the charms of novelty. Before we arrived at Tacubaya, we were met by a carriage containing Señor A and his lady, who insisted on our leaving the diligence, and carried us off to their own house, where we now are. On the 2nd of January, we expect to take our final departure from the great city of the lake. December 28th. Another old year about to chime in, another Christmas passed away. But during these last few days it has been all in vain to attempt finishing my letter, between making arrangements for our journey, receiving and returning visits, going to the opera, and seeing and revisiting all that we had left unseen or wished to see again before leaving this. People seem determined that we shall regret them, and load us with kindness and attentions, the more flattering, that now at least they are entirely personal, and cannot proceed from an interested motive. We have reason to think them both steady and sincere in their friendship. General Moran has died, universally regretted. He has been embalmed according to the system of Ganal, and his funeral was performed with extraordinary magnificence, the troops out, the foreign ministers and the cabinet following on foot, the former in full uniform, and a great train of carriages reaching along the whole Calle San Francisco, from the church to the square. The body, dressed in a general's uniform, was carried upon a splendid bier, and was so perfectly embalmed that he seemed not dead nor even asleep, but lying in an attitude of repose. The expense of this operation will, probably, prevent its ever becoming very common, and certainly there are but few cases where it can be advisable to adopt it. An embalmed dynasty might be a curious sight. To trace the features of a royal line from Charlemagne to Charles X, from Alfred to William IV, would be a strange study. Mary of Scotland and Elizabeth, lying in the repose of death, yet looking as they lived and hated centuries back, might be a curious piece of antiquity. A Hernan Cortes, a Washington, a Columbus, a Napoleon, men whose memory for good or for evil will survive time and change, it would be a strange and wondrous thing if we could look on their features as they were in life. But it is to be trusted that this method of successful wrestling with the earth for what it claims as its due will not generally prevail, or at the end of a few centuries the embalmed population would scarce leave room for their living and breathing descendants, nor is it an agreeable idea that one might, in a lapse of ages, grace the study of an antiquary, or be preserved amongst the curiosities of a museum. I would stuff birds and beasts, and preserve them in cabinets, but not the remains of immortal man. Dust unto dust, and the eye of faith turned from the perishing remains to the spirit which has gone to the God who gave it. The función performed in the general's honour within the church was as magnificent as ecclesiastic and military splendour could render it. We were in the gallery above. The bier, placed on a lofty scaffolding covered with black velvet and lighted with wax tapers, was placed near the altar. The music was solemn and impressive. Every respect has been shown to the deceased general by Santa Anna's orders. Excepting the corps diplomatique and the officers, all within the church are in deep mourning. The chief difficulty we have in arranging our affairs here consists in the perfect impossibility of persuading any tradesman to keep his word. They name the day, the hour, the minute at which they are to be with you, or at which certain goods are to be sent to you. They are affronted if you doubt their punctuality, and the probability is you never hear of them or their goods again. If they are not exact for their own interest, they will not be so for yours; and although we have had frequent proofs of this carelessness, we are particularly annoyed by it now that we are within a few days of our departure. During our residence here we have had little to do with shops and shopkeepers, having found it more convenient and economical to send to Paris or even to the United States for all articles of dress. Now, though everything must still be comparatively dear, the bad times have caused a great reduction in prices, and dear as all goods are, they would be still dearer were it not for the quantity that is smuggled into the Republic. There are an amazing number of French shopkeepers, French tailors, hatters, shoemakers, apothecaries, etc., but especially French modistes and perruquiers. The charges of the former are exorbitant, the latter are little employed except by gentlemen. There are also many Spanish shops, some German, and a few English, but I think the French preponderate. We went some time ago to see the Monte Pio, which is under the auspices of Señor Tagle, and it is melancholy enough to see the profusion of fine diamonds and pearls that are displayed in these large halls. After a certain time has elapsed, without their being redeemed, the pledged articles are sold, gold and silver, in whatever form, by the weight, but jewels for their intrinsic value. There is a sale once a week. We were shown privately the jewels of the Virgin de los Remedios, which are very superb. There is a small theatre lately established, called the Theatre of New Mexico, where there is a Spanish company, the same whom we saw 2 years ago in Vera Cruz. They are drawing away various persons from the principal theatre. Their object seems to be to make people laugh, and they succeed. On Christmas Eve we went there to see the Gracioso (Harlequin) in a woman's dress, dance tripili, an old Spanish dance accompanied with singing. They introduced some appropriate lines concerning the late troubles about the copper, which were received with great applause. Just as they were concluding the tripili, a young gentleman in the pit, I do not know whether Mexican or Spanish, rose and waving his hand after the manner of a man about to make an address, and requesting attention, kindly favoured the audience with some verses of his own, which were received with great good nature, the actors bowing to him, and the pit applauding him. It seemed to me a curious piece of philanthropy on his part. At midnight we went to the church of Santa Clara to attend what is called the Misa del Gallo, the cock's mass, which is private, only respectable persons being admitted by a private entrance, for midnight mass in Mexico takes place with shut doors, as all nightly reunions are dreaded. Santa Clara being attached to the convent of that name, we remained after mass to see the white-robed sisters receive the sacrament from the hands of a priest, by the small side door that opens from the convent to the church. The church was lighted, but the convent was in darkness, and looking in through the grating we could only distinguish the outline of their kneeling figures enveloped in their white drapery and black veils. I do not think there were a dozen persons in the church besides ourselves. A good deal of interest has been excited here lately about the Texian prisoners taken in the Santa Fe expedition, the first detachment of whom have arrived after a march of nearly 2,000 miles, and are now lodged in the convent of Santiago, about 2 miles from the centre of the city. As their situation is represented to be very miserable, and as it is said that they have been stripped of their hats, shoes, and coats, some of the Mexican families, and amongst others that of Don Francisco Tagle, regardless of political enmity, have subscribed to send them a supply of linen and other necessary articles, which they carried out there themselves. Being invited to accompany them to Santiago, I did so, and we found the common men occupying the courtyard, and the officers the large hall of the convent. So far they have been treated as prisoners of war generally are, but it is said to be the intention of Santa Anna to have them put in chains, and sent out to sweep the streets, with the miserable prisoners of the Acordada. Colonel C, who was presented to me, seemed to treat the whole affair very lightly, as the fortune of war, and had evidently no idea that any such fate was in store for them, seeming rather amused by the dress of the monks, whom he now saw for the first time. In the Mexicans generally there seems very little, if any, vindictive feeling against them, On the contrary, a good deal of interest in their favour, mingled with some curiosity to see them. The common men appeared more impatient and more out of spirits than the officers. We shall probably know nothing more of their fate before leaving Mexico. We had some intention of paying a last visit to the museum before we went, and Don José María Bustamante, a friend of ours, professor of botany, and considered a man of learning, was prepared to receive us, but we were prevented from going. I must, however, find some time to answer your question as to the population. The Mexican Republic is supposed to contain upwards of 7 millions of inhabitants, the capital 200,000. Their number cannot be exactly fixed, as there has been no general census for some time, a labour in which a commission with Count Cortina at its head has been employed for some time past, and the result of which will be published shortly. All other questions must be replied to de vive voix. I must now conclude my last letter written from this place, for we are surrounded by visitors day and night, and, to say the truth, feel that it is only the prospect of returning to our family which we can counterbalance the unfeigned regret we feel at leaving our friends in Mexico. My next letter will most probably be dated from Vera Cruz. End of letter the 51st. Letter the 52nd of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 52nd. Last day in Mexico. Theatre. Santa Ana. French ministers. Parting. Diligence. Last look of Mexico. Fatigue. Robbers. Escort. Second impressions. Baths at Jalapa. Vera Cruz. Some account of San Juan de Ulua. Siege of 1825. Siege of 1838. General Bustamante. Theatre. Of the North Winds. Vera Cruz, 6th January, 1842. Having concluded our arrangements for leaving Mexico on the 2nd of January, we determined, as the diligence started long before daybreak, not to attempt taking any rest that night. We went out early and took leave of the Dowager Marquesa de Vivanco, who was confined to the house by illness, and whose kindness to us has been unremitting ever since our arrival. It is a sad thing to take leave of a person of her age, and in her delicate state of health, whom there is scarcely a possibility of our ever seeing again. Some days before, we parted also from one of our oldest friends here, the Countess C a. The last day, besides the Spaniards, who have been our constant friends and visitors ever since we came here, we had melancholy visits of adieu from Señor Gomez Padraza and his lady, from the families of Echavarri, of Fagoaga, Cortina, Escandon, Casaflores, and many whose names are unknown to you. Amongst others was the Guerra Rodriguez. About 8 o'clock, accompanied even to the door of the carriage by a number of ladies who were with us to the last, and amongst these were P.A., C.A., and L.Z.E.N., we broke short all these sad partings, and with the A.S. and the family of the French Minister, set off for the theatre of New Mexico. I can imagine your surprise at such a finale, but it was the only means left us of finishing a painful scene, and of beguiling the weary hours yet remaining before the diligence started, for it was in vain to think of rest or sleep that night. The theatre was very crowded, the play an amusing piece of diablerie, called the Pata de Cabra, the goat's foot, badly got up, of course, as its effect depends upon scenery and machinery. I believe it was very entertaining, but I cannot say we felt inclined to enter into the spirit of it. The family of General V a were there, and this being the day of a great diplomatic dinner given by Santa Anna, various officers and diplomates came in late and in full dress. I was informed by one of the company that 6 colonels stood the whole time of dinner behind his Excellency's chair. I wonder what French officer would do as much for Louis Philippe, Vogue le Galère. From the theatres, which concluded about one, we drove to the house of the Minister, where we spent a very grave half hour, and then returned home with a very splendid brioche of generous proportions, which Madame la Baronne de had kindly prepared for our journey. Arrived at the A.S.'s, we sat down to supper, and never was there a sadder meal than this, when for the last time we sat at the hospitable board of these our earliest and latest Mexican friends. We were thankful when it was all over, and we had taken leave, and when, accompanied to the inn by Señor A d and other gentlemen, we found ourselves fairly lodged in the diligence, on a dark and rather cold morning, sad, sleepy, and shivering. All Mexico was asleep when we drove out of the gates. The very houses seemed sunk in slumber. So terminated our last Mexican New Year's Day. When we reached the eminence from which is the last view of the valley, the first dawn of day was just breaking over the distant city. The white summits of the volcanoes were still enveloped in mist, and the lake was veiled by low clouds of vapour that rose slowly from its surface. And this was our last glimpse of Mexico. The diligence is now on a new and most fatiguing plan of travelling night and day after leaving Puebla, so that, starting from Mexico at 4 o'clock in the morning of the 2nd of January, it arrives in Vera Cruz early on the morning of the 5th, saving a few hours and nearly killing the travellers. The government had granted us escorts for the whole journey, now more than ever necessary. It was 5 in the afternoon when we reached Puebla, and we set off again by dawn the next morning. We had just left the gates, and our escort, which had rode forward, was concealed by some rising ground, when by the faint light we perceived some half dozen mounted cavaliers making stealthily up to us across the fields. Their approach was first discerned by a Spanish lady who was with us, and who was travelling with strings of pearl and valuable diamonds concealed about her person, which made her peculiarly sharp-sighted on the occasion. "Ladrones!" said she, and every one repeated "Ladrones!" in different intonations. They rode across the fields, came up pretty close to the diligence, and reconnoitred us. I was too sleepy to be frightened, and reconnoitred them in return with only one eye open. The coachman whipped up his horses, the escort came in sight, and the gentlemen struck into the fields again. The whole passed in a minute or so. The soldiers of the escort came riding back to the diligence, and the captain, galloping up to the window, gave himself great credit for having frightened away the robbers. We arrived at Perote when it was nearly dusk, supped, and started again at 11 o'clock at night. We passed a horrible night in the diligence, and were thankful when daybreak showed us the beautiful environs of Jalapa. It is singular that on a second impression, returning by this road, the houses appear handsomer than they did before, and nature less beautiful. I conclude that this is to be accounted for simply from the circumstance of the eye having become accustomed both to the works of nature and of man, which characterizes this country. The houses, which at first appeared gloomy, large, and comfortless, habit has reconciled us to, and experience has taught us that they are precisely suited to this climate of perpetual spring. The landscape, with its eternal flowers and verdure, no longer astonishes and bewilders us, as when we first arrived from a country where, at that season, all nature lies buried in snow. Besides, in our last journey through Michoacán, we have passed through scenes even more striking and beautiful than these. Then the dresses, which at first appeared so romantic, the high Moorish-looking saddle, the gold-embroidered manga, the large hat shading the swarthy faces of the men, the coloured petticoat and reboso and long black hair of the women, though still picturesque, have no longer the charm of novelty, and do not attract our attention. The winter also has been unusually severe for Mexico, and some slight frosts have caused the flowers of this natural garden to fade. And besides all this, we were tired and sleepy and jolted, and knew that we had but an hour or two to remain, and had another day and night of purgatory in prospect. Still, as we passed along the shady lanes amongst the dark chirimoyas, the green-leaved bananas, and all the variety of beautiful trees entwined with their graceful creepers, we were forced to confess that winter has little power over these fertile regions, and that in spite of the leveller habit, such a landscape can never be passed through with indifference. Arrived at Jalapa, we refreshed ourselves with the luxury of a bath, having to pass through half the city before we reached the bathing establishment, from which there is the most beautiful view of wood, water, and mountain that it is possible to behold. The baths are the property of a lady who has a cotton factory and a good house in the city, and fortunate she is in possessing a sufficient portion of worldly goods, since, as she informed us, she is the mother of 20 children. She herself in appearance was little more than 30. We then returned to breakfast, and shortly after left Jalapa. I will not inflict upon you a second description of the same journey, of Plan del Rio with its clear river and little inn, of Puerta del Rey with its solid majestic bridge thrown over the deep ravine, through which rushes the impetuous river Antigua, or of how we were jolted over the road leading to Paso de Oveja, etc. Suffice it to say that we passed a night which, between suffocating heat, horrible jolting, and extreme fatigue, was nearly intolerable. Stopping to change horses at Santa Fe, we saw by the light of the torches which they brought to the door that we were once more among bamboo huts and palm trees. Towards morning we heard the welcome sound of the waves, giving us joyful token that our journey was drawing to a close. Yet when we entered Vera Cruz and got out of the diligence, we felt like prisoners who have been so long confined in a dungeon they are incapable of enjoying their liberty, we were so thoroughly worn out and exhausted. How different from the agreeable kind of fatigue which we used to feel after a long day's journey on horseback! Breakfast and a fresh toilette had, however, their due influence. We were in an hotel, and had hardly breakfasted when our friend, Don Dionisio Velasco, with some other gentlemen, arrived, and kindly reproaching us for preferring an inn to his house, carried us and our luggage off to his fine airy dwelling, where we now are, and where a good night's rest has made us forget all our fatigues. As we must remain here for 1 or 2 days, we shall have time to see a little more of the city, and already upon a second survey, sad and dilapidated as it now appears, I can more readily imagine what it must have been in former days, before it was visited by the scourge of civil war. The experience of 2 Mexican revolutions makes it more easy for us to conceive the extent to which this unfortunate city must have suffered in the struggle made by the Spaniards to preserve the castle, their last bulwark in this hemisphere. San Juan de Ulua, in spite of the miserable condition in which it now is, remains a lasting memorial of the great works which, almost immediately after their arrival on these shores, were undertaken by the Spanish conquerors. In 1682, 61 years after they had set foot on Aztec soil, they began this fortress in order to confirm their power. The centre of the space which it occupies is a small island, where the Spaniard Juan de Grijalva arrived 1 year before Cortes reached the Mexican continent. Having found the remains of 2 human victims there, they asked the natives why they sacrificed men to their idols, and receiving for answer that it was by orders of the kings of Acolhua, the Spaniards gave the island the name of Ulhua, by a natural corruption of that word. It is pretended that the fortress cost 4 millions, and though this immense sum is no doubt an exaggeration, the expense must have been very great when we consider that its foundations are below the water, and that for nearly 3 centuries it has resisted all the force of the stormy waves that continually beat against it. Many improvements and additions are gradually made to the castle, and in the time of the viceroys a first-rate engineer paid it an annual visit to ascertain its condition and to consider its best mode of defense in case of an attack. In 1806, however, Vera Cruz was sacked by the English corsair Nicolas Agramont, incited by one Laurencio, who had been condemned to death for murder in Vera Cruz and had escaped to Jamaica. $7 millions were carried off, besides 300 persons of both sexes, whom the pirates abandoned on the island of Sacrificios when they re-embarked. In 1771 the viceroy, then the Marquis de la Croix, remitted $1,500,000 to the governor in order that he might put the castle in a state of defence, and the strong bulwarks which still remain attest the labour that has been bestowed upon it. The outer polygon, which looks towards Vera Cruz, is 300 yards in extent; to the north it is defended by another of 200 yards, whilst a low battery is situated as a rear guard in the bastion of Santiago, and on the opposite front is the battery of San Miguel. The whole fortress is composed of a stone which abounds in the neighbouring island, a species of coral, excellent for building, piedra mucara. In 1822 no stronghold of Spanish power remained but this castle, whose garrison was frequently reinforced by troops from Havana. Vera Cruz itself was then inhabited by wealthy and influential Spaniards. Santa Anna then commanded in the province under the orders of Echavarri, the captain general, and with instructions from Iturbide relative to the taking of the castle. The commandant was the Spanish general Don José Davila. It was not, however, till the following year, when Le Maur succeeded Davila in the command of the citadel, that hostilities were begun by bombarding Vera Cruz. Men, women, and children then abandoned the city. The merchants went to Alvarado, 12 leagues off, whilst those who were driven from their houses by a shower of balls sought a miserable asylum amongst the burning plains and miserable huts in the environs. Some made their way to Jalapa, 30 leagues off, others to Cordova and Orizava, equally distant. With some interruptions, hostilities lasted 2 years, during which there was nearly a constant firing from the city to the castle and from the castle to the city. The object of General Barragan, now commander in chief, was to cut off all communication between the garrison of the castle and the coasts, and to reduce them to live solely upon salt provisions, fatal in this warm and unhealthy country. In 1824 the garrison, diminished to a mere handful, was replaced by 500 men from the peninsula, and very soon these soldiers, shut up in the barren rocks, surrounded by water, and exposed to the dangers of the climate, without provisions and without assistance, were reduced to the most miserable condition. The next year Don José Coppinger succeeded Lemoire, and continued hostilities with fresh vigour. This brave general, with his valiant troops, surrounded by the sick and the dying, provisions growing scarcer every day, and those that remained corrupt and unfit to eat, yet resolved to do his duty and hold out to the last. No assistance arrived from Spain. A Mexican fleet was stationed off the island of Sacrificios and other ports, to attack any squadron that might come from thence, while the north winds blew with violence, keeping back all ships that might approach the coasts. Gods and men, says a furious republican, Zavala, the Spaniards had to contend with, having against them hunger, sickness, the fire and balls of the enemies, a furious sea covered with reefs, a burning atmosphere, and above all, being totally ignorant as to whether they should receive any assistance. The Minister of the Treasury, Esteva, then came from Mexico and proposed a capitulation, and the Spanish general agreed that should no assistance arrive within a certain time, he would give up the fortress, evacuating it with his whole garrison, and with the suitable honours. The Spanish succours arrived a few days before the term was expired, but the commander of the squadron, seeing the superiority in point of numbers of the Mexican fleet, judged it prudent to return to Havana to augment his forces. But it was too late. On the 15th of September, the brave General Coppinger, with the few troops that remained to him, marched out of the fortress, terminating the final struggle against the progress of revolution, but upholding to the last the character for constancy and valour which distinguished the sons of ancient Spain. Of its last assault by the French squadron in 1838 there is no need to say anything. Every newspaper, as you will remember, gave an account of the capitulation of what the French gazettes called San Juan de Ulua, the Saint Jean d'Arc of the New World, which our mariners saluted as the Queen of the Seas, Vierge Sans Tache, etc. 6th. We have just had a visit from General Bustamante, who with his aide de camp, a son of General Calderon, formerly governor of Jalapa, intends shortly to sail in the Jason for Havana. We have also had a visit from the commander of that vessel, Captain Puente, who succeeded our friend Captain E a, and who has been kindly endeavouring to make arrangements for taking us also, not having before been aware of our intentions of leaving Vera Cruz at this period. But although we should have much pleasure in returning by the vessel that brought us, we fear that without putting the officers to great inconvenience, it will be impossible for them to accommodate so many, for we know the carte du pays. It is therefore probable that we shall go by the English packet, which sails on the 8th, but unfortunately goes round by Tampico, not very agreeable at this season. We went to mass this morning, which was said to be particularly crowded in consequence of the general desire to catch a glimpse of the ex president. I find, personally, one important change in taste, if not in opinion. Vera Cruz cookery, which 2 years ago I thought detestable, now appears to me delicious. What excellent fish, and what incomparable frijoles! Well, this is a trifle, but after all, in trifles, as in matters of moment, how necessary for a traveller to compare his judgments at different periods, and to correct them. First impressions are of great importance, if given only as such, but, if laid down as decided opinions, how apt they are to be erroneous. It is like judging of individuals by their physiognomy and manners without having had time to study their character. We all do so more or less, but how frequently we find ourselves deceived. 7th. We went to the theatre last evening. In the boxes there were only a lady and a gentleman besides our party. The pit, however, was full, but there were no good actors at present. We have been walking about today, notwithstanding the heat, purchasing some necessary articles from French modistes and French perfumers, most of whom, having got over the fever, are not very well satisfied to remain here and make their fortune. We afterwards walked down to the Mole, and saw the pleasantest sight that has met our eyes since we left Mexico, the sea covered with ships. It was refreshing to look again on the dark blue waves after so long an absence from them. Commodore of Mexico, who was present, pointed out the Jason and the Tyrian, Captain Griffin lying out in the harbour, and strongly recommended us to go in the latter, as did the English consul, with proper patriotism. We have requested him to take our berths when he goes to visit the captain on board this evening. No sooner has this been done beyond recall, than we found that comfortable arrangements have been made for taking us in the Jason, which goes direct to Havana. It is now too late, so we can only regret our precipitation. There is another beautiful Spanish vessel just arrived, the Liberal, Captain Rubalcava, who, with Captain Puente of the Jason, has been to see us this evening. If the wind holds fair, the packet sails tomorrow, but the experienced predict a norther. The symptoms of this terrible wind, which blows in the Mexican Gulf from the autumnal to the vernal equinox, are known not only to the sailors, but to all those who have lived some time in this city. The variation in the barometer is the surest sign. A land breeze from the northwest first blows gently, then varies to the northeast, then changes to the south. The heat is then suffocating, and the summits of all the great mountains appear cloudless and distinct against the deep blue sky, while round their base flows a veil of semi-transparent vapour. Suddenly the tempest bursts forth, and all are instantaneously relieved, all but the poor mariners. The air becomes refreshed, clouds of dust come sweeping along the streets, driving away, as it were, the pestilential atmosphere. Then there is no fever in Vera Cruz. All communication is cut off between the castle and the city, and between the city and all foreign shipping. Sometimes the norther lasts 3 or 4 days, sometimes even 12. If it turns to a southerly breeze, the tempest generally returns. If it changes to the east or northeast, the breeze generally lasts 3 or 4 days, and the ships in the port take advantage of the intervals to escape and gain the high seas. These gales are particularly dreaded off the coasts of Tampico. 8th. We sail in a few hours, the Norte not having made its appearance, so that we expect to get clear of the coast before it begins. The Jason sails in a day or two, unless prevented by the gale. We only knew this morning that it was necessary to provide mattresses and sheets, etc., for our berths on board the packet. Fortunately, all these articles are found ready made in this seaport town. We have just received a packet of letters, particularly acceptable, as bringing us news of home before our departure. I have also received two agreeable compagnons de voyage in the shape of books, Stephen's Central America and Washington Irving's Life of Margaret Davison, opportunely sent me by Mr. Prescott. Our next letters will be written either at sea or from Tampico. End of letter the 52nd. Letter the 53rd of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 53rd. Sail in the Tyrian, norther off Tampico, the bar, the river Panuco, the pilot, the shore, alligator, Paso de Doña Cecilia, Tampico, Spanish consul's house, society, navigation, banks of the Panuco, extraordinary inoculation, the Glorieta, leave Tampico, furious norther, voyage, arrival at Havana. On board H.B.M. packet, Tyrian, 15th. On the 8th, having taken leave of the family of our friend Señor Velasco, and of General Bustamante, whom we hope to see again in Havana, we went out in a little boat, accompanied as far as the packet by several gentlemen, and in a short time were standing on deck, looking our last at Vera Cruz and its sandbanks, and sopilotes and frowning castle, as the shores gradually receded from our view, while the Tyrian was making the best of her time to get clear of reefs and rocks before the arrival of the norther. We regretted to find that instead of being one of the new line of English packets, the Tyrian was the last of the old line, small, ancient, and incommodious, and destined to be paid off on her return to England. Captain Griffin, the commander, who looks like an excellent gentlemanly man, is in wretched health, and in a state of acute suffering. There were no passengers but ourselves and a young Mexican, guiltless of any acquaintance with salt water up to this date. The very next morning out burst the norther, and with loud howling swept over the ocean, which rose and tossed to meet the coming storm. Surely no wind ever had a voice so wildly mournful. How the good ship rolled and groaned and creaked and strained her old timber joints! What rocking, thumping, falling, banging of heads at the low entry of the cabin! Water falling into berths, people rolling out of them! What fierce music at night, as the wind like a funeral dirge swept over the ocean, the rain falling in torrents, and the sky covered with one dark lugubrious pall! And how lonely our ship seemed on the world of waters! But the next day the storm waxed fiercer still, and the night was worse than the day. The waves that dashed over the deck made their way into the cabin. At one time we thought the ship had struck, and even the captain believed that a mast had fallen. It was only a huge wave that broke over the deck with a sound like thunder, drowning the wretched hens and ducks, who little thought, when they left their comfortable English poultry yard, they were destined to be drowned off Tampico and drenching the men. Our little lamp, after swinging to and fro for some time, went out, and left the cabin in darkness. Impossible to sleep, of course, and for the first time at sea, I confess to having felt afraid. Each time that the ship rolled upon her side on the slope of a huge billow, it seemed impossible that she could ever right again, or that she could avoid receiving the whole contents of the next great watery mountain that came roaring on. On the morning of the 11th there was still no abatement of the storm. All was dark and dreary. The norther continued to blow with unrelenting fierceness, and the ship to rock and roll amongst a tumult of foaming billows. The nights in this pitch darkness seemed interminable. The berths being constantly filled with water, we dragged our mattresses on the floor, and lay there wishing for the dawn. But the dawn brought no relief. The wind howled on like a fierce wild beast roaring for its prey. I had made my way every day upstairs, and by dint of holding on, and with a chair tied with strong ropes, had contrived to sit on deck. But this day I retreated under cover behind the helmsman, when lo! a large wave burst over the ship, found me out in my retreat, and nearly throwing down several stout sailors in its way, gave me the most complete salt water bath I have had since I left New York. All that night we were tossed about in storm and darkness. On the 13th the wailing of the norther grew fainter, and towards night died away. On the 14th it veered round, and the coast of Tamaulipas appeared in sight faintly. This morning opened with a slight norther, nevertheless they have hung out the packet flag and cast anchor, in expectation of the pilot boat. Meanwhile all is at a standstill, morally speaking, for we are rolling so that it is scarce possible to write comprehensibly. We see the sad-looking shores of Tampico, long, low, and sandy, though to the south stretching out into gloomy, faintly seen woods. We can distinguish the distant yellow sand and the white surf breaking furiously over the bar. The day is gloomy but not cold. A slight rain accompanies the light north wind. Seagulls are flying in circles round the ship and skimming the surface of the waves. The master looks impatient and anxious, and prognosticates another week of northers. Vessels, they say, have been detained here 30 days, and some even 3 months. No notice is taken of our signal, a sign that the bar is impassable. 16th. The ship has rolled and pitched all night, and today we remain in the same predicament. Tampico, 18th. Yesterday morning the wind was much lighter, and a pilot boat came out early, in which the captain set off with his dispatches, and we being assured that we might cross the ominous bar in safety, hired a boat for $40 with 10 sailors and a pilot, too glad at the prospect of touching the solid earth even for one day. Having got into this boat, and being rowed out to the bar, we found that the sea was very high, and even though the day was calm. The numerous wrecks that have taken place here have given this bar a decidedly bad reputation. Great precaution is necessary in crossing it, constant sounding in calm weather. It is formed by a line of sandhills under the water, whose northern point crosses that to the southward, and across which there is a passage, whose position varies with the shifting sands, so that the pilots are chiefly guided by the surf. Perched upon a sandbank was a regiment of enormous white pelicans, of thoughtful and sage-like physiognomy, ranged in a row as if to watch how we passed the bar. Over many a drowning crew they have screamed their wild sea dirge, and flapped their great white wings. But we crossed in safety, and in a few minutes more the sea and the bar were behind us, and we were rowing up the wide and placid river Panuco, an agreeable change. We stopped at the house of the commandant, a large, tall individual, who marched out and addressed us in English, and proved to be a native of the United States. We stopped at a collection of huts to let our sailors breakfast, where there is the house of a celebrated character, Don Leonardo Mata, a colossal old pilot, but who was from home at present. We amused ourselves by wandering along the beach of the river, and making a collection of beautiful shells, which we left at the old pilot's house to be kept there till our return. A sort of garden attached to the house is appropriately ornamented with the figurehead and anchor from a wreck. We got into our boat again and glided along the shores, on one side low and marshy, with great trees lying in the water, on the other also low, but thickly wooded and with valuable timber, such as logwood and ebony, together with cedars, india rubber trees, limes, lemons, etc. On the bare trunk of a great tree, half buried in the water, sat an amiable looking alligator, its jaws distended in a sweet unconscious grin, as if it were catching flies, and not deigning to notice us though we passed close to it. A canoe with an Indian woman in it was paddling about at a very little distance. All these beautiful woods to the right contain a host of venomous reptiles, particularly the rattlesnake. Cranes and herons were fluttering across the surface of the river, and the sportsmen braved the danger of the reptiles for the sake of shooting these and the beautiful rose-colored spoonbills and pheasants that abound there. The approach from Tampico is very pretty, and about 2 miles from it on the wooded shore, in a little verdant clearing, is a beautiful ranchito, a small farmhouse, white and clean with a pretty piazza. In this farm they keep cows and sell milk, and it looks the very picture of rural comfort, which always comes with double charm when one has been accustomed to the sight of the foaming surges and the discomforts of a tempest-tossed ship. The sailors call it El Paso, the pass de Doña Cecilia, which sounded delightfully romantic. The proprietress, this Doña Cecilia, who lives in such peaceful solitude, surrounded by mangroves, with no other drawbacks to her felicity but snakes and alligators, haunted my imagination. I trusted she was young and lovely, and heartbroken, a pensive lay nun who had retreated from the vanities and deceits of the world to this secluded spot, where she lived like a heroine, upon the produce of her flocks, with some neat-handed Phyllis to milk the cows and churn the butter, while she sat wrapped in contemplation of the stars above or the snakes below. It was not until after our arrival at Tampico that I had the mortification to discover that the interesting creature, the charming recluse, is 78, and has just buried her 7th husband. I accept the account doubtingly, and henceforth shall endeavour to picture her to my mind as an ancient enchantress, dwelling amongst serpents, and making her venomous charms of adder's fork and blindworm sting, lizard's leg and owlet's wing. As you approach Tampico, the first houses that meet the eye have the effect of a number of coloured bandboxes, some blue, some white, which a party of tired milliners have laid down amongst the rushes. On leaving the boat and walking through the town, though there are some solid stone dwellings, I could have fancied myself in a New England village. Neat shingle palaces with piazzas and pillars, nothing Spanish, and upon the whole an air of cleanness and cheerfulness astonishing to me, who have fancied Tampico an earthly purgatory. We afterwards heard that these houses were actually made in the United States and sent out here. There are some good-looking stores, and though there is certainly little uniformity in the architecture of the houses, yet considering the city was built only 16 years ago, I consider it a slandered place. In 1825 there were but a few Indian huts here, and any little commerce there was concentrated itself in Pueblo Viejo, which stands on the shores of a lake some miles off. We were taken to the house of a Spanish consul, a fine airy stone building with a gay view from the windows, the very first house that was built in the place. Its owner, Don Juan de la Lastra, Spanish vice consul, is not here himself, but we were kindly received by Don José de Comesmira, the consul. In the evening all the principal Spaniards in the place came to see C.N., and having arrived here yesterday morning as perfect strangers, without the probability of finding any one whom we knew, we find ourselves surrounded by the most unexpected and gratifying attentions. As to what is called society, there is literally none in Tampico. Those who live here have come in the hope of making their fortune, and the few married men who are amongst them have been unwilling to expose their wives to the unhealthy climate, the plague of mosquitoes and sing-sings, the intermittent fevers which are more to be dreaded here than the yellow fever, and the nearly total deprivation of respectable female society. The men, at least, the Spaniards, unite in a sort of club, and amuse their leisure evenings with cards and billiards, but the absence of ladies' society must always make it dull. Riding and shooting in the neighbourhood are their out-of-door amusements, and there is excellent sport along the river which may be enjoyed when the heat is not too intense. Our captain, who has paid us a visit this evening with several Englishmen, expects to get off to morrow. We stayed at home in the morning on account of the heat, and wrote letters, but in the afternoon we made the most of our time, walking about the city, in which there is not much to see. There are many comfortable-looking large houses, generally built according to the customs of the country whereof the proprietor is a native. Were it not for the bar, which is a terrible obstacle, not only from the danger in crossing it, but the detention that it causes, vessels having been stopped outside for months, Tampico would become a most flourishing port. Besides that the depth of water can permit vessels of burden to anchor near the town, there is an interior navigation up the country for upwards of 40 leagues. The banks of the river are described as being very beautiful, which we can easily believe from what we have already seen, but for its beauties after passing Tampico, its wooded shores dotted with white ranchos, its large cattle farms, and its picturesque old Indian town of Panuco, we must trust to hearsay. The country in the vicinity is described as being a wilderness of rare trees, matted together with graceful and flowering creepers, the wild haunts of birds of bright and beautiful plumage, but our ardour to visit these tangled shrubberies was damped by the accounts of myriads of cincints and garrapatos, little insects that bury themselves in the skin, producing irritation and fever, of the swarming mosquitoes, the horrid caimans that bask on the shore, and worse than all, the venomous snakes that glide amongst the rank vegetation. Parrots and butterflies and fragrant flowers will not compensate for these. We have just been hearing a curious circumstance connected with poisonous reptiles, which I have learned for the first time. Here and all along the coast the people are in the habit of inoculating themselves with the poison of the rattlesnake, which renders them safe from the bite of all venomous animals. The person to be inoculated is pricked with the tooth of a serpent, on the tongue, in both arms and on various parts of the body, and the venom introduced into the wounds. An eruption comes out which lasts a few days. Ever after, these persons can handle the most venomous snakes with impunity, can make them come by calling them, have great pleasure in fondling them, and the bite of these persons is poisonous. You will not believe this, but we have the testimony of 7 or 8 respectable merchants to the fact. A gentleman who breakfasted here this morning says that he has been vainly endeavouring to make up his mind to submit to the operation, as he is very much exposed where he lives, and is obliged to travel a great deal on the coast, that when he goes on these expeditions he is always accompanied by his servant, an inoculated negro, who has the power of curing him, should he be bit, by sucking the poison from the wound. He also saw this negro cure the bite given by an inoculated Indian boy to a white boy with whom he was fighting, and who was the stronger of the two. The stories of the Eastern jugglers and their power over these reptiles may perhaps be accounted for in this way. I cannot say that I should like to have so much snaky nature transferred into my composition, nor to live amongst people whose bite is venomous. We have just returned from a moonlight walk to the Glorieta, a public promenade which they are making here, where there are some stone benches for the promenaders, close to which some public-spirited individuals had dragged the carcass of a horse, which obliged us to retrace our steps with all convenient speed. As for provisions in this place, if we may judge by the specimens we have seen in this house, they are both good and abundant. We had especially fine fish and a variety of vegetables. To-morrow, alas! We return to our packet much refreshed, however, by 2 pleasant days on shore, and consoling ourselves for our prolonged voyage by the reflection that had we gone direct to Havana, we should not have seen Tampico, and as La Fontaine's travelling pigeon says,
Quiconque ne voit guère n'a guère à dire aussi. Mon voyage dépeint vous sera d'un plaisir extrême. Je dirai, j'étais là, telle chose me vint, vous y croirez être vous-même.
Footnote. He who sees little, little can he say, and when my travels I describe some day, and say that chance to me there I have been, the pleasure you will feel will be so great, you will believe, while hearing me relate, that all these wonders you yourself have seen. End footnote. Once more on board our floating prison. A norte is expected this evening, but at least it will now be in our favour, and will drive us towards Havana. Our Spanish friends concluded their cordial and disinterested kindness by setting off with us by daybreak this morning, in a large boat, with Spanish colours unfurled, crossing the bar with us, coming on board and running no small risk in recrossing it, with every prospect of a norther before their eyes. We stopped at the house of the marine monster, Don Leonardo Mata, before crossing the bar, took up our shells, and had the felicity of making his acquaintance. He is a colossal old man, almost gigantic in height, and a Falstaff in breadth, gruff in his manners, yet with a certain clumsy good nature about him. He performs the office of pilot with so much exclusiveness, charging such high prices, governing the men with so iron a sway, and arranging everything so entirely according to his own fancy, that he is a complete sovereign in his own small way, the tyrant of Tampico. He has in his weather-beaten face such a mixture of bluffness and slyness with his gigantic person, and abrupt, half-savage manners, that, altogether, I conceive him to be a character who might have been worthy the attention of Walter Scott, had he chanced to encounter him. Old and repulsive as he is, he has lately married a pretty young girl, a subject on which he does not brook raillery. One amiable trait the old tyrant has in his character, his affection for his old mother, who is upwards of 90, and who resides at Mahon, and to whom he is constant in his attentions. At one time he was in the habit of sending her small sums of money, but as they were frequently lost, he sent her $500 at once by a safe conveyance. The old woman, he said, was so frightened by seeing such a quantity of money in her hut, that she could not sleep, and at length entrusted it to a friend, who carried it off altogether. Since then he has assigned her $15 a month, upon which the old woman lives in what she considers great luxury. We took leave of our friends an hour or two ago, but do not expect to set sail till the afternoon, as they are discharging the quicksilver which our vessel brought, and loading the silver which we carry away. 3 young Englishmen came on board this morning to see the packet, and are making a disagreeable visit, being perfectly overwhelmed by seasickness. 20th. Last night arose a furious norther. To-day it continues, but as it is driving us towards our desired haven, and away from this dangerous coast, we need not complain. As usual on these occasions, I find myself alone on the deck, never suffering from the universal prostrator of landsmen. By way of variety, I have been sitting in the cabin, holding on to the leg of a table, and trying to read Stephens with as much attention as circumstances will permit. All further attempts at writing must be delayed. 30th. On the 21st, the norther continued with unabated violence. The wild wind and the boiling waves struggling on the agitated bosom of the ocean. Great billows swelling up one after the other, and threatening to engulf us. The ship labouring and creaking as if all its timbers were parting asunder, and the captain in such a state of intense suffering, that we were in great apprehension for his life. Horrible days, and yet more horrible nights. But they were succeeded by fine weather, and at length we had the consolation of seeing the moon, smiling placidly down upon us, like a harbinger of peace. On the evening of the 26th, the full moon rose with a troubled countenance, her disk obscured by angry clouds. She shook them off, but still looked turbid and superb. A gloomy cloud, black as night, still stretched over her like a pall, thickly veiling, yet not entirely obscuring her light, and soon after she appeared, riding serenely in the high heavens, mildly triumphant. Of all who sing the praises of the moon, who should love her blessed beams from his inmost heart like the seaman? Then the angry clouds dispersed, the north wind blew freshly, but not fiercely, as if even his blustering fury were partly soothed by the influence of her placid light. The studding sails were set, and the Tyrian bounded on her course 8 knots an hour. The next day the wind died away, and then blew lightly from the opposite quarter. We were about 250 miles from Havana, but were then driven in the direction of Yucatan. The 2 following days we had contrary wind, but charming weather. We studied the chart and read, and walked on deck and played at draughts, and sat in the moonlight. The sea was covered with flying fish, and the Portuguese men of war, as the sailors call the independent little Nautilus, sailed contemptuously past us in their fairy barks as if they had been little steamers. A man fell overboard, but the weather being calm was saved immediately. We have been tacking about and making our way slowly towards Havana, in a zigzag line. Yesterday evening the moon rose in the form of a large heart, of a red gold colour. This morning, about 4 o'clock, a fine fresh breeze sprung up from the northeast, and we are going on our course at a great rate, with some hopes of anchoring below the Morro this evening. Today, being Sunday, we had prayers on deck, which the weather had not before permitted, the sailors all clean and attentive, as English sailors are. Last night they sang Rule Britannia with great enthusiasm. Havana, 31st. Last evening we once more saw the beautiful bay of Havana, once more passed the Morro, and our arrival was no sooner known than the Captain General Don Jeromino Valdez sent his falua to bring us to the city, and even wished us to go to his palace, but Don Boha, who gave us so hospitable a reception on our first visit, came on board, and kindly insisted on taking us to his house, where we found everything as elegant and comfortable as before, and from whence I now write these few lines. In the midst of our pleasure at being once more on dry land, surrounded by our former friends, and at receiving letters from home, we were shocked and distressed to hear of the unexpected death of our friend, the Señora de Gutierrez Estrada, who had followed her husband to Havana in his exile. What a blow to him, to her mother, to all her friends! I shall send off this letter by the first opportunity, that you may know of our safe arrival. End of letter the 53rd. Letter the 54th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca. Letter the 54th. Havana. The Carnival. The Esler. La Angosta. Ingenio of Count V.A. General Bustamante. Lord Morpeth. Leave Havana. Voyage in the Midway. Old friends. Return to the United States. Havana, February 27th. It has been very agreeable for us to return here as private individuals, and to receive the same attentions as when we came in a public situation, but now with more real friendliness. Having arrived at the time of the carnival, we have been in the midst of masked balls, which are curious to see for once, of operas, dinners, and every species of gaiety. But returning so soon, I shall enter into no details. The weather is beautiful, and this house, situated on the bay, receives every sea breeze as it blows. The Esler is still attracting immense and enthusiastic crowds, and is now dancing at the theatre of Tacon, where she is seen to much more advantage than in the other. We have been breakfasting in the luxurious quintets in the neighbourhood, driving in the Paseo every evening in an open volante, attending the opera, in short, leading so gay a life that a little rest in the country will be agreeable, and we have accepted with pleasure the invitation of Count and Countess F.A. to spend some time at La Angosta, one of his country places, a sugar and coffee estate. General Bustamante arrived in the Jason a few days after us, they having sailed later. They had been very anxious concerning the fate of the Tyrian, in these northern gales off Tampico. We have received letters from our Mexican friends, and learn with great sorrow the death of the Dowager Marquesa de Vivanco, and of the Señora H.A. of Pascuaro, Also the murder of a Spanish physician with whom we were intimately acquainted at his distant hacienda. La Angosta, 13th March. We have spent a most agreeable fortnight at La Angosta, and have also visited the Count and Countess V a, in their plantation near this. General Bustamante was here for a day or two. Lord Morpeth also passed a few days with us, so that altogether we have had a pleasant party. We have been delighted with the elegant hospitality, without ostentation or etiquette, which we have met with here. But we shall now return so soon, that I shall reserve all particulars till we meet. On board the steamship Medway, April 28th. With a warning of only 3 hours, we came on board this splendid steamer 8 days ago, after taking a hurried leave of our kind friends, at least of all those who are now in Havana, for the Count and Countess de F a and the Count and Countess de V a are still in the country. Don B o H a and his family accompanied us to the ship in the government falua. General Bustamante with his young aide de camp, together with Señor de Gutierrez Estrada, and various other gentlemen, hearing of our sudden departure, came out in boats to take leave of us. Alas, those leave-takings! We had the agreeable surprise of finding that we were acquainted with all our fellow passengers. There are our particular friends, the E s, the Padre F n, and Mr. G s, all from Mexico. M.D.S. D.M.S., who was attached to the French legation in Mexico, and is now returning from a mission to California. Mr. and Miss of Boston, etc. We came on board in the evening of the 20th, but did not leave the harbour till the morning of the 21st. The day was beautiful, and as we passed out we could distinguish the waving of many handkerchiefs from the balconies. In this floating palace, with large airy berths, a beautiful cabin, an agreeable society, books, a band of music, ices, etc., not to mention that important point, an excellent and good-hearted captain, we have passed our time as pleasantly as if we were in the most splendid hotel. On the 23rd we went out in a little boat in the middle of the night to Nassau, in New Providence, to buy some of those beautiful specimens of shell flowers for which that place is celebrated. We set off again at 3 in the morning of the 24th, on which day, being Sunday, we had prayers on board. The weather was beautiful, and even with contrary wind, the Medway went steaming on her course at the rate of 9 knots an hour. On the 25th we lay off Savannah. A pilot came on board, and we went up the river in a boat to the city, where we passed an agreeable day, and in the evening returned to the ship. Crowds of people from Savannah went out to see the steamer. The next day we cast anchor off Charleston, and again a pilot came on board, but the day was stormy and gloomy, and only 2 of the passengers went on shore. We have now had several days of bad weather, wind and rain, and one night a storm of thunder and lightning, yet down in the cabin there is scarce any motion, and we have been sitting reading and writing as quietly as if we were in our own rooms. After 2 years and a half of spring and summer, we feel the cool very much. 29th. We are now passing the Narrows. Once more the green shores of Staten Island appear in sight. We left them 2 years and 6 months ago, just as winter was preparing to throw his white shroud over the dolphin hues of the dying autumn, the weather gloomy and tearful. Now the shores are covered with the vegetation of spring, and the grass is as green as emeralds. I shall write no more, for we must arrive today, and I shall be the bearer of my own dispatches. The day is bright and beautiful. The band is playing its gayest airs. A little boat is coming from the quarantine. In a few minutes more we shall be at home. End of letter the 54th. End of Life in Mexico by Frances Calderón de la Barca.